Really good. That's a great mic. I'm just gonna get started in about 5 minutes, and I'm gonna get another coffee. I'm gonna let some of the people that I see having coffee and having food finish up, so that some people that are gonna be joining me during the first presentation can come up here, but not be trying to cram food and coffee into them at a time. So just 5 minutes, and then I'll get started. Thanks, everybody. Good morning, everybody. My name is Clayton Windat, and I'll be holding space, hopefully not as much as I need to, because we have some amazing presenters over the next 2 days. But I'm the Executive Director of ARCA. I'm really excited to be here for the Pathways Together gathering, conference. We'll call it both, I guess. I'm going to do some really short housekeeping right at the beginning. To try to make sure that people that have translation can get access to it during the day. We are waiting for some technology to arrive, which will show up at noon. Until then, those that need to have this presentation offered in French, there are 9 headsets at the back corner table, right over there. You can see people waving. Hello, it's our great translators. So there are 9 headsets. There would be 10 if whoever kept one last night at the end of the walking tour would please give it to us. We do need that headset back at some point. So if you need to hear things this morning, the presentations will be in English. And if you need to hear them in French, there are headsets available for the 9 people who need them. After noon, when we get the rest of our technology available, there'll be translation fully for whoever needs it the rest of the time. Also, I just wanted to bring up that there's been a few people asked about the Wi-Fi. Apparently, we have access to the TELUS network. So if you find on your phones TELUS, the one thing is you do have to put in a name and email address to access it, but that is what we've been told that is normal at the convention center. So there's my small amount of housekeeping stuff really quick. But I'm going to start this by just doing a very minor land acknowledgement that I pieced together from various places, and I hope it fits. So I want to say that we, meaning myself and ARCA, have come together in person here in Winnipeg, Manitoba, which is Treaty 1 territory, and that this place holds space within the territories of the Anishinaabe, the Cree, the Dakota, the Dene, the Métis, and the Oji Cree, and is considered to be part of the heartland of the Métis people. I'd like to thank all of those who have stewarded this place for the hard work taking care of this land, for the air, the water, for the life that is here. ARCA is very privileged to share space and conduct this gathering within this region, and we hope that in doing so, that the people of this territory see positive impacts by these offerings, these communications that we are having together today. So that's my very minimal land acknowledgement as someone who is not from here. And I'd love to open up and talk a little bit about artist-run centers, and I've asked a special guest, Louis Omega, to come and talk a little bit about some of the history of the region, some of the organizations maybe that have taken place here. Louis, did I pronounce your name wrong? Yes, I did. He's laughing. Well, at least he's smiling. This will not be the first thing I do wrong over the next 2 days. And I'm glad you're laughing about it, because it's, if you weren't laughing, it would make me feel like I'm really in trouble. Would you like to come join me? Yeah? Yes, please. I'm intentionally avoiding talking about the spaces that you've worked with so that you can do that for yourself, if that helps. Could we clap maybe? Could you tell them how I mispronounced your name?
Oh, he called me oh my God, and it's actually Ogema.
Thank you.
That's just a minor correction. Did you want me to take over here? Or?
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay. Bonjour, Kijanaka Dejnakas, a Tiktotem. Kijanaka means fast cloud, and I'm from the Caribou clan. That's the Tiktotem. and I'm from the Treaty 3 area. And I'm also a product of the residential school system. However, the only difference with me is I don't see myself as a survivor, because that puts me into a position of, how would you call it? There's a word for it, where it limits my potential in being a human being. And that's why I don't call myself a survivor, because it holds me back. And I'd rather, because of my process through the arts, as a fine artist, I worked my way through it. In fact, my work came out of my residential school experience when I first started at the U of M back in the 90s, early 90s actually. So that was probably late 80s. In fact, I think that's probably where I'll take it from, because that's where I started exploring the concept of the urban shaman. And the gallery where that came about was called Urban Shaman Gallery. But the concept itself came from an artist, Norval Morso, who called himself an artist shaman, in regards to his work, his stories, his visions, all those things he interpreted. Instead of putting it on rock, as in terms of painting on rock, he put it on canvas. And so that's reference to artist shaman. I really liked that concept when I was doing my studies in the 80s. And I sort of knew about the Group of Seven at the time as well, which was the professional Indian arts group that was based here in Winnipeg in 1975. In fact, that's probably the year I came to Winnipeg, and even going further back. So pretty soon I'll be back in 1800s, and you guys will be really mystified. I got into a time travel machine. 75 I came here, but I went to residential schools back in the 60s until 74, the one that closed down. But I was privy to a lot of things that were happening at the time. The social movements in the 60s, also in the 70s. We had Anishinaabe Park in 1974, and I was there when that happened. I was 12 at the time, so I was quite familiar with what was going on politically. Didn't quite understand what was going on, but just from what my uncles and my parents told me what was going on, plus my koka, my grandmother, told us lots of stories about this dark period in Canada where she was a Medewan, which is our religion, and she was also Presbyterian in the residential school that I also went to back in the 20s. And the way she described herself was she was Presbyterian by day, but Medewan by night. So that was her way of doing it. And because we had to hide our religion, we had to hide everything. And so I learned a lot from her, and I learned a lot from both my parents. My mom's side was Medewan, my father's side was Medewan, but my father's side had lots of legends. The legends that Morso painted, I was very familiar with them, knew about them because I was told those stories when I was about a child. And so I was very familiar with the legends, and became part of my existence and understanding what those were. So as I grew up and being an artist at the time, and I was a natural artist, I went from that point on. And I guess in university, that's where I did my studies as a fine artist and did my research. And this is where I started exploring the fact that we needed a place as Indigenous peoples, and that space would be for us as Indigenous peoples. And so we started exploring this back or at least talking about it back in the late 80s. And, just talking to anybody. And at the time, it was just something to talk about. And it wasn't until the 90s that I started really moving towards this idea. And there was other things happening in Winnipeg at the time. The Aboriginal Arts Group started in 92, I think, '93, and it was a cooperative of artists. But during that time, I started working met with John Schneider, and we started going to these meetings organized by artist-run centers, and became involved in understanding what an artist-run center was as a collective. And so we started working with that, met a lot of people, Tricia Fragnito, who's also known as Ganawati, and Ryan Rice out in Quebec, Ottawa, somewhere out that way. I know it was east, that's much I do know. And got to know other artists across Canada, meetings much like this conference where we networked with people and met people, what they were doing. I believe in Saskatchewan there was Sagay Walk, which we met Ahasu, and Ahasu Muskegawan, I think his name was. And also up in Saskatoon was Tribe. So they was doing all these, that was with my friend over there. And she was doing that work out in Saskatoon. So all these things were happening back in the 90s. And during that time, myself and John were still exploring how we were going to start this artist-run center up, or this gallery. And I got an internship at Ace Art Gallery in 1994, 95, and worked with Jennifer Woodbury, who was at Ace Art at the time. She was the director, and took me on as an internship with them. And then 95, I believe, is when I was moving towards developing the 4 shows that we were going to produce that year, and learning how to curate a show, all those kind of things that went along with it. And then I had my own studio space, and I had this talk with Debbie Prince, and we were talking about a name, because I wanted to incorporate a name, start putting those things into place, and came up with First Nations Gallery first. We didn't really like that one. So then I thought about because we actually had the name Urban Shaman back in 1990 as a theater group. Myself, Tina Keeper, Joy Keeper, Herbie Barnes from Toronto. I think Billy Morasti was involved as well. Back in 1990, we started a group called Urban Shaman. And I came up with the name because, like I said, I was working with this concept of Norval more so it's called Urban Shaman Theater. I think Joy changed the last part, shaman, from man to men, because she was doing a feminist course or something along that line, so she wanted to change that one letter. So we did that, but we didn't incorporate the name, so I kept the name. And so when I was meeting with Debbie Prince, I said, why don't we call it Urban Shaman Gallery? And she said, perfect, let's call it that. So then that's when I moved towards incorporating Urban Shaman Gallery. And we started off with, my internship ended, and then I met some people in June who told me that, you know what, I think you got your monies for the grants for the show. And so I immediately talked to people at this place called, I can't remember what they're called, 91 Albert Street. And they have a name, really funky name. I just can't remember what it's called. Anyways, made a deal with them, and then we paid for the gallery space in the lower concourse, I like to call it. It's actually just a basement, but I call it concourse. And it gave it to us for a very small amount, so that was really cool. And we built a gallery. When Lita Fontaine was going to be our inaugural opening. And so her husband was a carpenter, so we all kind of worked together in producing the gallery, putting up the walls. All that work was done by volunteers, and then we had the opening in September with Lita's first show. And then we had Native Love in November, I believe, that year. And then we had another artist from Ottawa, I believe. No, he actually was from the States. I just can't remember his name. Anyway, that's how it all started. And from that point on, the artist-run center concept worked we kind of knew sort of the timeline, how it was going to work, but we did have a future in plan in terms of a vision. And at that time, a few years went by, and we were supposed to meet these funders, and I made a painting the night before of what my vision was going to be. And I drew this building, painted it. It was a drum, and it was all glass, and it was like a campus. There was different areas around it. There was different buildings for different mediums, and that was going to be the vision. Then at that time, Austin Powers was big, so I had this little puppet of Austin Powers with a little recording on it. So then they asked us about, how do you see this happening? And I said, well, we need an infusion of money in order for us to get to this point of actually having our own space. And he said, well, how much do you need? And I said, press that button. He pressed it and he says, $1 million. That's how that happened. And from that point on, it was just went into moving towards that. And we went through lots of ups and downs, as any gallery would know. We went through little down spots and up spots, and down and up. I've only been ousted 3 times on the board, so it goes to prove that I try to get out, but they pulled me back in. So I've been as president of Urban Shaman Gallery for the last 6 years, I guess, 5 or 6 years. So knock on wood, I'm still here. And this thing about artist-run centers and what we've gone through, and for me, it's been a real thrill to see moving in this direction, because we're part of the marketplace hub now, and we're moving towards that, getting our own space there on the ground floor, and we're moving towards that, in that direction, having a better space and climate control, the whole thing. So I really am looking forward to that part of it. And I appreciate these kind of conferences, because it gets people together, gets people talking, gets people coming up with their ideas, and networking is really vital to this artist-run scene. And I remember Carfax way back when, and I really believe in it, because I really believe I work in a place where there's a union, and I believe in a union. And I really believe in people are where it's at in terms of power, and that we can instill that within our as a mindset. Miigwech. Is that playing?
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you.
That's amazing. Thank you. Oh my, thank you so much. That was, I don't know, pretty close. So we'll speak very briefly, because I started behind schedule, and you've managed to keep us on schedule, which is amazing. That was very precise. So can we just do another round of applause about that? Thank you so much. I'm also excited to see where Urban Shaman is going, and then also where today's schedule is going, which is what I will do right now. So I don't want to hold up too much space. I will say that over the day there will be presentations, there will be panels, there will be workshops, and there will be times where we're invited to listen, there will be times where we're invited to contribute, there will be times where we're invited to ask questions, and I'll be present the entire time, holding mics and responding and being accountable to kind of be like the person holding space beside presenters. I will not stand here the way I just did the whole time for all the presentations, though. That would be awkward for most people. We are moving to the 9:30 program, which is Anti-Oppression Frameworks Within Arts Institutions, and Kate McDonald presenting. I will say that I know time is a thing, and I know that we'll feel like schedules, maybe people need more time or less time as the day goes on. Lunch will just be rolling out at 12:30, so if different things kind of push into each other, maybe we'll be inviting people to just get food and let presentations continue. I'd really like to keep things as how do I say it, friendly and comfortable as possible. So this idea that, if you need to use the washroom, like, please get up and use the washroom. If you need to, take a break and get some air, take a break and get some air. All that sort of just taking care of yourself. This is a full day, and tomorrow is a full day. So the idea of like the intensity of sitting and being fully accountable and present for 8 hours solid can be a little much. I just want you to think about self-care, and I want you to think about how your day is going and what you need. And that all being said, I'd love for us to try to keep a little bit of respect and reciprocity in the room towards each other, and especially towards our presenters who are going to be making offerings of like wonderful and challenging ideas. So if everyone wouldn't mind putting your hands together to welcome Kate McDonald to the stage. And Kate, I'll allow you to introduce everything yourself.
Oh, yeah, totally. Thank you. Thanks so much. Okay. Hi, everybody. Good morning. We're going to talk about anti-oppressive frameworks within arts institutions a little bit. If we could do... That's my clicker. Okay. Look at that. Beautiful. Okay. I'm going to start with a land acknowledgement. I'm not from here. I'm from Jibuktuk Mi'kma'ki. I've seen land acknowledgements be called into question, but until I'm like directly told that there's a better practice, I'm going to do what I know how to do. Mi'kma'ki is the ancestral territory of the Mi'kmaq. That territory is governed by the Peace and Friendship Treaty from 1752. I think that people get intimidated by reading treaties. It's 1 page, 8 points. It's like old English. That's the hardest part of it. But I think it's important to understand the treaty that governs the territory that you're on, because that supersedes colonial law, right? That's actually what governs us. That's actually what guides us. That actually is what returns us to the land. And that's really important to me. Some questions that I think about when I'm giving a land acknowledgement: where are we? What are the treaties that govern this territory? And how did my ancestors arrive to be here? So part of the reason why that's so important for me is because I'm African, Nova Scotian, and Acadian. These are the maps, okay, of the top left. Those are African, Nova Scotian traditional settlements. There's 52. A lot of them don't exist anymore because of gentrification, colonization, you name it. You know the gig. Top right are the traditional Acadian settlements. And then on the bottom, we've got the Mi'kmaq First Nations communities. And one thing that you can notice about all of those maps is that they overlap. My ancestors have been in relationship with the Mi'kmaq since we've arrived. We've shared practices and teachings, and that's like how we stayed alive. And so that relationship is actually 400 years old for me. That's my ancestral relationship. That's what guides my work. Very proudly African Nova Scotian. I'm connected to North Preston, which is the largest, oldest Black community in all of Canada. And that means something to me. And it also shows up in the way that I talk, in the way that I swear, in the way that I interact with government systems. There's this very core resistance that I have to just basically being told anything. Very disruptive, yeah. But I think for me, what's really important is to look at these maps and know our relationships are old, right? And that informs how we move forward in the future. Returning to my ancestral learnings is to understand that my relationships are 400 years old, and that's my responsibility. It's my teaching that I can carry forward. Okay, who am I? I kind of gave a little bit of an introduction, but my name is Kate McDonald. I was born and raised in Jibuktuk Mi'kma'ki, African, Nova Scotian, and Acadian ancestry, so French and Black. I have an artistic practice that's largely rooted in activism and disruption, movement, projection, and taking up space, I'd say. I have part of the reason why I think this workshop feels important to me is because I've run into a lot of people trying to tell me what to do in relationship to artist-run spaces and institutions, and I'm just not a fan, you know? And I think that idea that people can intervene with an artist's practice or censor artistry, that in and of itself is oppressive, right? That's the problem. That's the issue, that we're not given access to spaces without barrier, right? So that's part of me. I'm largely, I think, like known for my activism back home, which is a thing in and of itself. I think that's really it about me. I'm queer, in case you couldn't tell that either. That's important for me to name. I'm currently helping shift and shape some of the spaces around Halifax Pride, which is a huge thing back home. Okay. I can talk forever. I really can. You know what I mean? It's part of my community practice, is talking. I don't know if you've ever met any other Black people. We love to talk. But I also believe in holding like circular space. So if you feel like you want to say something, or you have a story or a question, go ahead. I'm just guiding this time. I'm an expert on what I know and what I've lived, and that's about it. If you need a break, leave. If you want to lay down, go ahead. I won't be offended. You want to eat, you want to laugh, you want to chat amongst yourselves. There's no offense to be taken from me. Just happy to be here with y'all. There's a welcome offering that some folks do. I'm not going to do the whole thing, but the purpose of it is to just invite your whole selves into this space. So all the things that you've been through this morning, the things that you often feel like you need to put down or aren't invited to space or aren't welcome, experiences that maybe you feel isolated in, all of those pieces are welcome here today. And yeah, really happy to hold those pieces with you. I think that's the introduction. And if I'm talking too fast, you let me know. Okay, it's an East Coast thing. Okay, I'm gonna start. So today we're gonna review some concepts. I'm gonna talk about things as if no one's ever heard of anti-oppression before, because I don't know where everyone's at in the room. And it's easier to build knowledge together than it is to assume that anybody knows anything. I'm going to talk about the differences between frameworks and practices. I'm going to talk about white supremacy and its tools. I'm going to talk a bit about power collectively and individually, about radicality and advocacy, and if there are pieces that folks want to bring forward on their own. Feel free to talk. So it's important when we're talking about anti-oppression to acknowledge where we are. Like, what does society look like? What do our communities look like? What are our needs? What are the government systems that we have to navigate? What does our society value? What are our barriers? Life often moves at such a pace that we don't get to reflect. And as artists, we know that that's like a key point in our practice. So as we're building spaces, we have to understand where we're coming from, right? Society is ableist, white supremacist, fatphobic, homophobic, all of these pieces. The better that we understand those pieces, the easier it is for us to situate ourselves in opposition to those things, right? So people love to be like, I'm anti-racist, and it's like, what is racism? Like, really, what are you saying that you're not racist by saying that you're anti-racist? What's oppression? What does it mean to you? How do you uphold these values, and how do you challenge them? Can't say you're opposite something if you don't know what it is. So that's really my ask in relationship to anti-racism and anti-oppression. You need to name the issues and see them clearly, and how you're a player in those issues before you understand how to oppose those issues. And I feel like artist spaces often do the policy piece or statement piece first, without understanding what they're truly opposing. And the policy piece is important, we'll talk about it. But the understanding and self-reflection and understanding of our individuality within these issues is huge and key. Okay. We have power, all of us, right? We have our personal power as individuals. We have power in relationship to systems, but most importantly, we have power collectively. And I think that obviously is dependent on our identities, how we are able to navigate power, but it's also important to reclaim power outside of these systems, right? These systems don't determine our self-power, they just interfere with our capability to exercise that power. And so it's important to remember that when we're building space together, that we have the ability to empower each other outside of these systems. And oftentimes, I think about existing in spite of and not in response to any of these systems. I don't want to constantly be existing in response to the government. That sucks. I want to be existing in some separate universe over here with other people who want to make me feel good. I want to be over here. And I think that artist-run centers actually have the agency to be those pilot universes, right? And so that's where we decide what power means. That's where we decide who holds power, right? Who has the power in your organizations and spaces to make decisions. That's a huge one. But I've seen collective power work brilliantly, right? I've seen public pressure work like in a way that they tell us it doesn't work. I've public pressured the government myself, and it has worked. So again, that's that piece of like existing in our own universes and empowering each other and reminding each other of our power, right? Another piece that's connected and is key in understanding this work and ourselves in this work is our positionality. So positionality is every position or identity or social, economic, political location that you hold in your life on a day-to-day basis. Positions can be experiences of privilege or oppression. That's really the piece, the tagline at the end. Positions can be experiences of privilege or oppression, and understanding what that means. It's just a self-reflection piece, really. It's an accountability piece. So like I often, when I first started doing workshops, would name all of my identities so people would understand that just because I'm Black and queer doesn't mean I don't hold any privilege, right? I'm still light-skinned, I speak English, able-bodied, presenting, right? I've had access to post-secondary educational spaces, and all of those things afford me privilege, but I do often also face oppression in a way that I can't even pick out what it's about. It just exists. But it's important that we remember that we all have privileges and disadvantages in relationships to systems and in relationship to each other, right? Why does it matter? Because sometimes we think that we're the hardest off in the room. And it's like, actually, with love, the people who have it the hardest aren't in this room. That's why, that's the vibe. Like, I'm probably the only African Nova Scotian person here and probably will be for the next foreseeable future. And like, that's huge, right? And I bring that with me everywhere. I'm my whole community. And I must understand that in order to know what my role is in this room and in this work. And that's the same for everybody, right? Where do you come from? What are you doing? Who are you bringing with you? Who also isn't here, right? Look around and see who isn't here. That will guide us in moving forward in our work together, right? And who we hire and who we amplify, right? All of those things we need to understand. And that has to do with our positionality. White supremacy, which can make folks feel, uncomfortable at best. And again, it's always important to name that like white supremacy is a system and a set of tools that we use, and anybody can perpetuate that, right? So yeah, it's not necessarily an individual problem until we uphold these values. We can interrupt these practices or not. We can be complacent in these practices or not. And a great way to analyze what we're doing in relationship to white supremacy is to understand that there's a set of tools that white supremacy uses to keep moving forward. These are them. In very small letters at the bottom, it says White Supremacy and Culture by Tema Okun and Kenneth Jones. Yeah. And I mean, anybody can have these slides. I see people grabbing their phones, like, if you want them. I don't, you know what I mean? I didn't write this. I just copied and pasted some of the stuff, so it's not that personal. So I'm just gonna run through them really quickly because The point of this is to think about the things that we use, right? So perfectionism, what's the point of that? We know that perfect doesn't exist. Upholding that as a value is useless. A sense of urgency. Sometimes grant deadlines are due. That can feel really urgent. But when we're relating to each other, we don't have to carry that sense of urgency. We can interrupt that. We can put that down. Like, what's the deadline for? Is it arbitrary? I hate that. I hate that. Is the deadline real, or does it just exist? Is there something that needs to be done by this time, or did you just say that? Like, tell me the truth. Tell me the truth, because I'm gonna be late if I can be late. Defensiveness. That is a huge tool of white supremacy. When you don't want to hear any feedback, you can't hold any feedback. Like, why, right? And we're taught these things, which means we can unlearn them, right? This isn't like doom. This is just fact for now until we choose another way. Quantity over quality. Do we need a lot of stuff, or do we need good stuff? Worship of the written word, which is like, colonialism really interrupted that one, right? Not everyone's stories are written down. So when we're like obsessed with textbooks and who wrote what and it's like, most of the things I know about my community I learned from word of mouth. And it's important that things are written down. We know that now, but we can't go back and write everything that was lost. So we have to hold and value language and stories in other ways. Only one right way. Okay, that's probably the one that I hang on to the most. I do often feel like I'm right, but it does get in the way of seeing other possibilities, right? But I was taught that. Now I know it. I can learn it. I'm learning it. Yes.
Can we take a photo?
Please, if you want to take pictures, go ahead. Yeah, that's it. If you want to take pictures, go ahead. And if you want the slides, I'll send them to you. I'm not precious about them. Paternalism, which is like the way that power works, and it's only often clear to the people who are in power. Like, I'm actually just going to put them on blast. I don't care. I worked for the Halifax Regional Municipality. Regional municipality. Like the city. Yeah, there you go. Of course. And I didn't know how to get anything done. I was like, how do I do stuff? How do I implement this program or this process or this policy? And everyone was like, it's a really long process. And I was like, what is it though? I didn't ask how long it took. I asked what it was. You still can't tell me. All right, I see you. Either or thinking. There's a million ways to get things done and be right. Fear of open conflict. I mean, I feel like if you're somebody who's not white, you know that that's a very white thing. As someone who's half black and half white, I can definitely say that. Conflict's not always bad. And also conflict runs out, right? Like, if you just have it and you let people be mad, they can't be mad forever. It just moves. You have to let your anger move. And so when you stifle that, you force people to keep it inside. It festers and it becomes like insidious, and people start to hate where they are. And so it's like, just let people be mad for a sec. It's the same with kids. You just let them tantrum, they can't do it forever. They're gonna exhaust themselves. Just let them go. They'll like calm down in a sec. Individualism, we can't do anything alone. That idea is really hard to let go of, but also I think like imperative to the future. We like need each other. We need solidarity in a way that's like intense and ferocious and like with your whole body, right? I'm not interested in anything less than that. And so I try to practice that. I'm the only one, which is really similar to individualism, but I think that in relationship to marginalized identities, sometimes we can be the only one in space, but it doesn't mean we're the only one that should be there. It just means that people haven't been invited yet. Progress is bigger and more. Gentrification tells me that's a lie. Yeah, we don't need more shiny buildings. We need homes, right? We need hospitals. We need schools, right? Objectivity, or the piece of like devil's advocate, right? It's like, who does that benefit? Like, and who has the right to be objective and to be listened to in their objectivity? And the right to comfort, right? I often say there's a huge difference between feeling unsafe and uncomfortable. And if you feel unsafe, then we got to pause. That's a line in the sand. But if you feel uncomfortable, you'll be fine, right? I'm uncomfortable all the time. I was uncomfortable on the plane. Somebody sitting so close next to me. Oh, but I was fine. I'm still here, right? I made it through resiliency. And I think that as we're shifting spaces and analyzing our own practices, it is uncomfortable because there's also like pride in the way and work that's been done before, right? But we have to shift, or we can shift if we want to shift. It's possible. So which ones of these do we benefit from? Which ones do we use in our work that actually help us? And what can we discard? So like time. Like I could probably be up here till tomorrow. Nobody wants that. We should use time so that I stop, right? Cool. But me wanting to be perfect at this is useless, right? I don't need to hold that as a standard for myself because it doesn't exist. So I can discard that, can put that down. And it's like more of an analysis than it is a criticism. We just need to know what tools we're hanging on to so that we know that and we can create new ones, or like we can just exist in them for the time being, right? It's not saying that anyone's terrible or bad. Just know where we're at. Yeah, anti-oppression work. I mean, I've like kind of been roundabout talking about it the whole time because everything I've said is through a lens of anti-oppression, which means I understand what oppression is from like a lived experience perspective and also from a studied perspective. And I'm actively situating my time up here in opposition to that. I mean, it's anti-oppressive in its essence because I'm the one talking to y'all, right? And I face oppression every day, and I'm up here speaking and holding the space. So this is disruptive at its core, right? But anti-oppression work is the strategies, theories, actions that actively change systems of oppression on an ongoing basis in one's daily life and in social justice / change work. Anti-oppression work seeks to recognize the oppression that exists in our society, so acknowledging that it exists, and attempts to mitigate its effects and eventually equalize the power imbalance in our communities. So we get what it is, we sit on the other side of it. Yeah, that's it. That's the fancy definition of anti-oppression. I think we could all probably say the same thing in different ways, but I also don't want to assume that anybody knows what this means, because I don't really know anybody here. When we're thinking about anti-oppression frameworks, think about it as lenses. How are we seeing the work versus a framework? The 6 main lenses of anti-oppression work are anti-racism, anti-sexism, anti-heterosexism, anti-ableism, ageism, and anti-class oppression. So the anti-oppression is the umbrella, and those 6 pillars are the little raindrops coming down from that. And the reason for that is because they're all interconnected, right? They don't exist without each other, and they don't exist independently. Often in instances of oppression, those things are overlapping or coexisting with each other. Yeah. What is an anti-oppression practice? Okay, so I pulled these speaking notes from a lens of social work, which I have criticisms, but I will start somewhere, and this is where I'm starting. But I have, let you, social work's not for me. You know what I mean? For me for me and my community. But anyways, so through the lens of social work, there's 5 key pieces of practice while engaging with anti-oppression work. And that's critical reflection of self, right? Which is understanding your positionality, understanding your individual power and place in the collective. Critical assessment of service users, flip that. Critical assessment of artists that we're engaging with and communities that we're engaging with. Experiences of oppression, understanding them, even if you're not navigating them yourself. Empowering service users, empowering artists and communities. Working in partnership or relationship or collaboration. and minimal intervention, which sounds like it doesn't make any sense. But if you're hiring an artist or planning to work with an artist, you can't intervene in their practice. That's racism. That's oppression. You just gotta let artists make. Like, I've sat down with so many spaces, they've been like, well, you can't make that, or you can't say that, or you can't. It's like, dang, I actually think I can. Actually, I super think that I can. And I thought that we were here to talk about art, not what I'm able to do, right? Or what you're allowing me to do, or what you're giving me permission to do, or what you're allowing to be uncensored. That's a mess, right? So I know that piece of lack of intervention, or just like support, is different than intervention. Support is different than censorship. And it's important to understand that when we're working with folks who are from different communities than us. Their practices and needs will look different than what we assume they might be, right? Or if you're working with an artist from a certain background for the first time, just keeping that in mind. Am I talking too fast? Okay. Okay. What are anti-racist frameworks, and how is this different from anti-oppression? Okay. Well, one of the main things is that anti-Black racism, that's what I'm going to speak with specifically, exists in every racialized community, no matter what. That's the main difference. And I've seen a lot of people think that they know what that means. And it's integral to understand that in artist spaces, what does your anti-Blackness look like? Where are your Black artists? Where's your Black staff? What Black voices are you amplifying? Have you ever worked with a Black person in your life? Like y'all, African Nova Scotian community has been here for 400 years, and I'm the first of a lot. And that's not claps. That's not claps. That's not claps for me. I don't want to be the first. I want to be the 60th. I want to be the 100th. I want to be following in somebody else's footsteps. I don't always want to be foraging my way through these institutions. It's so intense. And so we have to understand that anti-Blackness is so insidious, right? It's so insidious. And I think it's important for folks to reflect back on what you were saying and doing in 2020 and what's happening now. And that's not for me to know. It's probably not even for me to find out. But it's a self-reflection piece as one of the pillars in anti-oppression. How to support this work I don't know if I want to say that. Okay, yeah, beyond words. So like I said, policies and statements, you have to say the thing. You have to say explicitly, we're anti-oppressive. You have to say it or no one's gonna know. And people don't want to find out the hard way. So it's if you at least demonstrate in your online spaces that you know how to say the things, that's step one. Policies are great. I love rewriting policies. Statements are incredible. But folks who don't work with you in a regular way need those pieces of text to understand what's up. But you have to go beyond words, right? Words are frivolous if you can't do anything to support them. Or if someone challenges your statement, you don't have anything to say. It's what's the point of that if you can't lean into the doing? You know what I mean? And that's when we move into advocacy. So in Jibuktuk, there was this conversation that was happening. The police were oh, we need more money. We were yeah, do you? Dang, that's crazy. I don't feel like you need $94 million, but hey, what do I know? And in the same breath, the conversation that was happening was the arts were gonna get cut in their funding. So it's so where is that extra police money coming from? Interesting that the arts are seeming to suffer in the same conversation, right? So that's when it actually is artists' job to say, no, defunding the police is more beneficial to our communities than defunding the arts. And when you look at the contribution to community and economy, the cops have terrible stats, like, right? That's terrible. They're not like, they're not impacting our communities in healthy and safe ways, right? The arts are, though. Like, it's something like the investment in the arts in Jibuktuk produces like 100% return on investment, something in nuts like that. Like, our impact on the economy is unbelievable for how little we're funded. And so the idea of losing that funding, all of the artists in town like rallied, and we just were in City Hall like every day. Everyone was speaking. Folks who hadn't spoken before spoke. I spoke. A lot of artist-run centers came through and spoke. And it's that piece that reminds us that like we can advocate for what we want, and mass policing and these billion-dollar budgets that they have actually is completely tied to the underfunding of arts, actually is completely tied to the fact that our healthcare system is disintegrating. These things aren't separate. They're interconnected, right? Everything is interconnected and interdependent, us here and our systems. And so when we use public pressure to say, no, you work for us. No, that's not what we asked for. That's not what we need. It does work. No one's going to tell you that, though. No one's going to be like, totally, bother your politicians. That's the way forward. And there's an illusion that public pressure doesn't work. But back home, we've seen some beautiful things shake loose when we come together in this like solidarity that we understand that I cannot succeed if you do not succeed, that I am fundamentally unwell if you are unwell. And that's a West African concept called Ubuntu. I am because you are. And so, yeah, that's a thing to remember. Engaging in radical acts, which like sounds like, what am I about to talk about? But really, what I mean is dreaming, right? Imagining, collaborating, public-facing advocacy, relationship building, art making, future mapping, and world building. All these things that like we don't have time for, like we're frivolous as children, like all these things that maybe we lose sight of. But when I'm like on the front lines at a protest or at a rally, whatever, I remind folks that like the world has changed because we actually are all here together in this way for one thing. Like something will change from this because we all came together for the same unified idea and we all have a relatively similar understanding. And so when we leave here, we're changed. It's the same for this conference, right? Like we're all here for a unified purpose and understanding, and we will leave and the future will change because of that. And it's important to imagine, like, what's the artist-run center of your dreams? You know what I mean? Is it a spaceship? Maybe not. Maybe that's terrible. Maybe that's colonization, but maybe we stay on the ground. Whoops. But maybe it's like 6 stories. Maybe it's like a $5 million annual operating budget. Maybe it's really practice specific. Get clear, right? Get clear. Get clear on the people you work closely with. What are y'all dreaming for? What do you imagine the future to look like? And that's like bleak to sometimes think about. It's hard out here. It's easy to feel hopeless. That's also manufactured, right? So we have to know that and look to each other off of our screens for a sec to know like what do we need, right? We have to believe in a future, and when we share our future visions, sometimes it's easier to remember what we believe in, you know? Yeah, and I think I encourage like young folks to do this all the time. I think we should encourage adults to do this more. I think when we talk to elders and ask them how things were and like what their dreams are for the future, like some of those dreams actually have come to fruition, right? There are elders of mine that have dreamed impossible dreams, and those have come true, and I know that because I'm here, right? So it's like, don't focus on the possibility. That's a framework, that's a confine, that's a barrier. Dream about the impossible, that's what's really cool. Yeah, that's like, those are all my pieces. We have like 40-ish minutes until the next person. So there's like a break for y'all to stretch, go outside, do whatever you need to do. Ask me for the slides if you want them. But I feel really grateful to be having conversations in this way. And I look forward to having more of them. And yeah, thank you for listening to me.
Let's do it. Come on. Okay. Oh. I don't know why I did that. Yeah, thanks for the clap, the one clap. So thank you so much for that presentation. I was taking notes because I'm thinking about all the things that I want to do and all the inspiration I gain from questioning things, and I don't want to hold a lot of space. I actually just want to let you have that break between presentations the way it was suggested. So at 11 a.m., which is approximately 40 minutes from now, we'll be back in here for creating and running a BIPOC ARC with Hassan Ashraf and Sapphire McLeod. So please take this time to socialize, get some more snacks, take care of yourselves, and we'll be back here at 11. Thank you. we're gonna get started in about 2 minutes, and I'm gonna get some chairs set up here for our next presenters. So we'll see if I can move this podium. Was it? Move it to the side. Sure, I think so. That should be good.
If they're gonna sit, I'll probably stand here. I don't know if you can frame us in the shot.
Thank you all for coming back to Pathways Together. Our next presentation is called Creating and Running a BIPOC Artist Around the Center. And the speakers are Hassan Ashraf and Sapphire McLeod. We have a couple chairs up here, if you don't mind coming up.
Good morning. It's still morning. Yeah.
Yeah, so, hello. Okay, good.
It's a pleasure to be here sharing space with you all this morning. Kay, I want to thank you for that presentation this morning. I really appreciate it. And the welcoming aspect of it. I really feel a whole center here, so thank you. Thank you for ARCA for inviting us. And I'm just really glad to be able to talk. What I'll do is I'll start with our land acknowledgement, go into some personal introductions, and then into our conversation for today. So we acknowledge that we are here on Treaty 1 territory, home of the Anishinaabe, Cree, Dakota, Ojibwe, and Dene peoples, as well as home to the Métis Nation. We understand that the land acknowledgement is more than a talking point, but rather stating the understanding that this land does not belong to us and that it has been stolen, that it continues to cry as the effects of colonization and white supremacy are still enacted and deeply felt here on Turtle Island. This land acknowledgement is an act of solidarity with Indigenous peoples who have called this land home, for folks whose ancestors have been here on Turtle Island for generations on generations on generations, and for those who have been lost to this land, generations upon generations upon generations. We acknowledge that we share this land acknowledgement to both acknowledge the suffering that has come before us in the founding of this so-called nation, and to acknowledge the grace that has allowed us to coincide. We'd like to take this moment to recognize and thank our Indigenous brothers, sisters, and relatives that bear the brunt of this country's white supremacy and yet continue in the fight for liberation and in the struggle for sovereignty. We dream of a land where all our relatives, where all our relations may know peace and are committed to sharing in this work until that dream is actualized. Yes, I said good morning already. But like, my family's Jamaican, so we say good morning all the time. It doesn't matter if you call me 11 p.m. It'll be a good morning to you. My name is Sapphire McLeod. I've come to this land by way of my parents. Both my parents are immigrants to this place from Jamaica. I am who I am because of them. I am who I am because of everyone who's come before. My family is my everything and my reason for being, acting, and doing, and by extension, community, which has brought me to the work that we do together, the work that we do at Take Home, and the work that I try and center myself in. I'm also a poet. I like to write, I like to speak, I like playing with words. So that's a little bit about like what I do. And I think that like my goal for this morning in speaking with you is to really get into conversation, to share like thoughts that demand action so that we can all be centered, whole, that we can create frameworks that actively support and uplift us all within this work. And that's really what we're here to do this morning. I'll pass it on to this lovely human beside me.
Hello, everybody. My name is Hassan. I go by she, they pronouns. I moved to Treaty 1 just over 10 years ago from Lahore, Pakistan for school. And there are many reasons of me moving because I was escaping a dangerous household, a dangerous environment, and wanted to go somewhere where I can live as myself and be free in my identity. And I'm very happy that Treaty 1 was the place that I ended up in and welcomed. Treaty 1 was the land that welcomed me and has given me enough experience and love and space to flourish into the complex intersectional being that I am today. I'm an artist, a musician, a curator, a culture worker, and I've always been thrown into it, the identity of being an activist, not by choice, but by need, and especially seeing what has taken place around me in the city. My journey with art programming and art organizing began after I was kicked out of the School of Art in 2015 for raising concerns of racism against me. And that really pushed me into diving deep into understanding what are these issues in this community of art makers and art presenters and artists, and why especially marginalized artists, especially BIPOC folks, are not getting the space, the funding, the attention they require to flourish as a community of artists, and how that culture has existed for a very long time within this community, and what can be done to solve it. I'm going to now start with just an introduction into how we started as a space, what led to it, and what were the actual needs at the time that resulted in our space. And this was this is like 2016, 2017, where we're starting to hear the acronym BIPOC, And there's some community being fostered in School of Art, in tiny spaces, in just tiny numbers. And we're starting to hear that, okay, there's a bunch of people who are beautiful and melanated and who feel that there has not been a lot of space historically. And what we can get together is do small things, do small shows, be part of smaller galleries that are incubated in larger spaces, and figure out what, with volunteer work, with mostly unpaid volunteer work, how we can figure this out. And slowly we started organizing and did some fun programming over the years. But because we were taking more space, something we, I think, didn't anticipate in its scope was how much violence we're going to face for rising up. And when we started organizing, we started receiving pushback from the artisan centers we worked at, the artisan centers that were on paper giving us space, but were really exploiting us and tokenizing us. And that led to us forming a collective of artists and creatives that we're going to figure out if we can make our own space and see if an exclusively BIPOC space can be a solution or a part of the solution. And without getting into a lot of details, a lot of messy details of how that took place, what spaces were called out and what spaces did anything about it, we still feel the need that a lot of these spaces are not really going to do anything about our representation. And with the help of CARFAC Manitoba, we opened our space in October of 2020. And it started with just 4 folks as the staff, the board, and we had this opportunity to build a non-hierarchical structure within our organization, and also have everybody involved actively working for the space. And even though our work, most of our work has been volunteer and unpaid, the sheer importance of it is the thing that has kept us going. And it has been not easy at all. It's been very difficult to sustain as a space. And but we are very proud of the fact that it's been 3 years in October, and we are still here. And even though our pace has seen a lot of turmoil and ups and downs, we still have a lot of support from mainly our community of artists and BIPOC folks who think that we are an important space to exist. Mm-hmm. And that's the support that we exist on. We have historically felt very under-supported by most of the artisan centers in the city. A lot of them don't even acknowledge that we exist. But that has only pushed us to realizing how much more important we are. And do you want to speak more about this?
Yeah. Just taking the thought from his hand, like, I am so proud to be a part of the Take Home space. So part of what led us into being and existing has been being able to name our needs for ourselves. So Take Home was birthed from like student collective action from the Chroma Collective at the University of Manitoba. This was about 11, we were like 11 strong at one point, rallying together to support each other in the face of structural racism, of being locked out of studios, of having scholarships awarded and denied and then re-given out to folks, of being able to speak truth to power within that institution, and then creating systems of support laterally for each other to be seen, and to empower each other to enter art spaces, to go to galleries together, to take space, to be engaged within the arts. Because there's so much tangible and intangible pushback that keeps us from engaging the way that we would like to, safely, even within the institution of art. Understanding that like white supremacy is a real thing, like the art scene in Winnipeg is not immune from white supremacy. And having the brunt of it enacted on our bodies, we really like rallied together to support each other. And it's like through that, Chroma, the collective of students, got in touch with CARPAC, in touch with Divya Mera. There was a space that came, well, Cliff's space, became available like after his passing. And CARPAC and Divya Mera were very open and vocal about giving this space to, or making this space available for BIPOC artists, because we don't in Winnipeg. And so having a physical location for us to gather, for us to talk, for us to have autonomy over was really what birthed the need for Take Home as a space. When we talk about the early days, when we talk about the pillars of anti-oppression work being dreaming and imagining, like that's truly what we did as soon as we came into the space. We started dreaming about like the programming that could take place, about what could be done. In doing this dreaming, we spent hours and days during the lockdown together, and we were able to just like imagining what could be done. And it was such fruitful, nourishing work to be able to think and actualize these dreams and convert them into reality without a certain structure being imposed on us. We knew as soon as we started that our autonomy would have to come first and foremost. If we wanted to protect this space, this idea that we were building, this vehicle for like our hopes, our dreams, and this place of safety for our community, that we would have to remain autonomous over this space. And so I'm very grateful to CARFAC for incubating us in a way that allowed us to maintain our autonomy. Or else we would not have survived the last 3 years. We would not have survived the pandemic if we didn't have agency over the programming that we wanted to hold, how we wanted to do it, who we wanted to include, and support on the back end. Yeah, so that's kind of like how we came into being. I know this workshop is titled, thank you. I know this workshop is titled How to Run a BIPOC Space, and so I want to give a certain lens to like how we're speaking and what we're speaking about. Our lens today that we're operating from today is like very specific, and it's specific because of our need for survival. We have a very acute lens, both being visibly brown and undeniably black, queer, amazing folk. It really shapes how we're able to navigate this world and how this world interacts with us, and the experiences we've had within the arts. And so when we come today to speak, we're really speaking from a place highlighting what has led to our survival, what we need and what we've done in order to like flourish, create space for us to live, for us to thrive, for us to be in relationship with each other, and what is needed for this work to continue. So you'll continue to hear words that have that that speak from that place of survival and what we're surviving against, in order to maintain this space. And I feel like it's really important because if we're able to thrive, then we're all able to thrive. And for me, this conversation is really rooted in that. Because we all deserve that space, and Take Home deserves that space to thrive.
So last year, our team of 4 ended up being a team of 2, and this is us, 1, 2. And from that, we kind of, what became really difficult for us was that in our non-hierarchical structure, nobody was holding any leadership title. And we were always against that, holding titles, because we feel titles of directors and executive positions only pollute the intention of the cultural work that we all are doing. But because we didn't hold a title, when in our email correspondences and us reaching out to other organizations for support, we saw that there's not a lot of respect put onto us because we don't hold titles. And from that, we were like, let's give ourselves titles. And we're like, nobody is going to really give us jobs of directors or anywhere or anything in artisan centers here. And trust me, we've applied. We've applied. We've worked in these places for many years, but our labor was not being recognized. But then we were like, okay, we'll be co-directors. If we're working here, these are unpaid positions. We earn almost no money from this. And this is completely volunteer work for 3 years that we've been doing. And when we put those titles on our name, all of a sudden we were human beings to a lot of organizations. And that's when we started that people were paying more attention to us, because now we signed as co-directors of this place. And even till this day, I am so incredibly uncomfortable while calling myself a co-director. It's the strangest thing to say, because there's so much imposter syndrome, because I don't see almost any other trans woman of color as directors of any artisan centers in this city, in this, I don't know, country, on Turtle Island. And because there's almost no precedent, it becomes really hard for us to take that space and function. But the work is there, and we try our best to focus on it and use those perceptions in our favor, and so we can create opportunities for artists and curators alike to work at Take Home. And honestly, like, I really want to pose this question to everybody here, to Artisan Center across Turtle Island, that why is that? Why a black queer woman and a trans woman of color is a rarity as leadership in these spaces? These are questions that all the leaders present here today and beyond need to ask themselves and people around them. What is making those conditions possible for that kind of disparity to take place? And it's been extremely tough to take space as marginalized identities, especially because all the work we do is very fulfilling and amazing, but we are also trying really hard to survive within our lives, to find work, to get paid, to pay our bills and everything. And I'm always questioning myself whenever I find myself in programming, like, how is this even happening? I have no money to buy food, and I'm here doing programming for a space that's a community space. And I still have to have my best mental health to do this work. I have to have physical health to do this work, which I haven't had in a long time. And that's why, like, I want to highlight how crucial it is to support spaces like us, to recognize that this radical way of doing things is needed and needs to be highlighted, especially in a community like Winnipeg, where there are so many examples of just violence against the kind of work we're trying to highlight. And I also want to encourage everybody to move away from the idea that it's a good thing to not be political in your art making and art presentation. Art is always political, always. Even when you're not highlighting any current events or whatever is going on in the world around you, especially in marginalized communities, the absence of it tells us what your political alignment is. And that's what I've seen largely, that there's a lot of absence of that, and we shy away from talking about it. That is not sustainable, especially in the world that we are in today, the extremely violent world of anti-trans rhetorics that is going on, the extremely violent world of anti-blackness that is going on. We all have responsibilities to address these things actively. There is no space to be passive anymore. These are real world issues that affect all of us. And as artists, we are responsible to carry the torch of liberation and not conform with the forces that take power away from us.
And speaking on these things and relating it to the space, I think it's really important to share the ingredients that have led to our sustainability. We chose to operate as a space in direct opposition as to how we've experienced the institution of art, of what our bodies experienced, and how these institutions have disregarded us or consumed our labor. And we really got to dream about, like, how do we facilitate a space that doesn't harm people in these ways? Like, how do we not perpetuate these harms? And there's a couple common themes that come up in the work that we do. We spoke about being non-hierarchical. We operate with the understanding that I am not above another and another is not above me. I don't hold any more value than the artists that come into the space, and I'm not more valuable than any curator that I invite. We come from the understanding that we are all stewards of the space that we share, which Hasana kind of like touched on earlier, made adopting a title very hard, because we didn't want to invite that hierarchical relationship into the space. Which brings us to the next recipe, like the next ingredient. The next ingredient was relationality. When I'm coming from a place, or when we're coming from a place where I'm no more than you and you're no more than me, and we're in this together, I see you and you see me, and we'll provide opportunities for each other. You build really meaningful relationships. You build a community of safety where people are able to present their best work, where people are able to come with their ideas, where people are able to invite their friends. Another byproduct, but like a very strong value of ours, has been safety. We understand that we won't be a completely safe space, but we also don't want to like run or hide from criticisms or community concerns when we do prove to be imperfect. In building this space, there's been a lot of room for seeing just how flawed we are ourselves. And like, I'm really grateful for it because it's allowed us to like troubleshoot how we form policy, how we interact with each other and interact with our artists. The thing about Take Home that's been both our blessing and Achilles' heel is that we're doing this from scratch. Kate had spoke earlier about being the first being the first in a space, being the first to exist, being the trailblazer, and like the energy that it takes to consume. Like throughout all of Manitoba, outside of urban shaman, what other indigenous-led space exists? What other BIPOC-led space exists? And when we came into formalizing the idea of take home, we were really trying to think about who our forefathers were in this work. We understand that so much grassroots activism happens here in Manitoba, happens here in Winnipeg, nourishes our communities, that really keeps us sustained. And we couldn't think of a space, that has existed before us, which was like really sombering. I remember when we had that conversation, realizing, oh, it's just us. Okay, you know? And like, how do we honor the work? How do we honor like the unnamed folks, the unnamed spaces that may have existed before us? A friend of ours, a great friend of ours, Nazreen, when we had opened the space, had urged us. They said, document, document, document. Like, take photos of the space, write about the space. Keep this, honor this, treasure this, so that this isn't lost to time. So that you do have something to pass on. We're gonna get into a place where we talk a little bit about like the nonprofit structure and its place within the arts and its effect on artist-run centers and how that's come to be. But before I go there, when it comes to taking space, when it comes to trailblazing, when it comes to developing our policies, in order to like operate safely for each other, understanding that our capacities are limited. There's days that we're literally starving. But the ways that we show up for each other, the ways that we make space for each other, and the way we extend it to our artists. I think the last recipe or the last little ingredient for like what sustain take home is this reciprocity. So we come very strongly with this idea, and it's not an idea because we actualize it, so this behavior, this practice of whatever we have, you have. If you're a BIPOC artist in Manitoba, if we have a space, it's your space. If we have a camera, it's your camera. If we have a projector, it's your projector. There's these unspoken practices that BIPOC communities have practiced, and it emerges within ourselves, within the arts, of this like sharing tools. Somebody has a tripod, somebody else has a camera, somebody else has lights, and we pull it together because we don't have access to the resources that are bountiful in other organizations. It might seem simple, like tables, chairs, projectors, shelving, all these things, soundboards, stands. These things cost money. And being part of a marginalized community, you understand that your dollar can only go so far. It's robbed from you before you can even touch it, spend it. And so it became really integral to take home that whatever comes to us, whatever opportunities come to us, becomes then an opportunity for a community. Before we even opened our doors, consulting with community members, because we understood at the time the four of us are not the sentient beings that know all the things and all the needs of our BIPOC communities. We really made space open for people to communicate what they wanted from us and operate from there. It goes back to being unhierarchical. It's like, what do you need? How can we provide that? How can we share in meeting this need? Which has really sustained us as a space. So like, let me just grab a sip of water. But yeah, so when we talk about our values, and when we came into being and spent a lot of time thinking about how we wanted to be, we knew we wanted to be anti-colonial, anti-oppressive, anti-racist, cis hetero, patriarchy, all the things, you know, understanding these systems and how they interact with us. And like thinking really tangibly about how we implement these things into take home. And we were really open about them. And beautifully, community showed up for us. Beautifully, community gave their dollars. Beautifully, community gave their time. That's how our doors have been able to stay open. Because random individuals, random folks have put aside their dollars $300, $50, $5, and donated it to the space. We've been able to be open because of the 1, 2, 3 other folks who made it their priority to ensure that we survive, that our organization lasts. So it's this type of reciprocity that exists in this space to continue to making space for each other, giving what we have and being open with where we're coming from that allows community to feel safe and present in the ways that they show up for us. And I'm very, very moved and very, very touched. I think I'll go from like here into like the structure of nonprofit. So being an artist-run center, Hassan spoke earlier about how art itself is radical. Art itself holds a message. It's it's foundational to art. It's how we be our truest selves, and being your truest self will always be a radical act within the systems of oppression that we operate under, that are imposed upon us. And so when we're applying for funding, and like when we're speaking about things, and when we're highlighting how we're marginalized, it's not to say that we're the worst of the lot and suffering the most. It's we understand the problems that are affecting ARCAs because they're affecting us too. We understand the problems that are affecting this industry because we're being affected too. And we would love to actively come up with solutions together because all of our survival is needed. Because art is a radical space and everyone needs access to art. It's necessary for survival and it's necessary for movement. And I want to remind all of us in this room that like we hold so much responsibility and we hold so much power. We learned about collective power earlier. We hold so much collective power in terms of organizing, in terms of distributing the resources that we come into contact with, in terms of challenging systems. Like there's organizational power within this room. And so when we go into like, to apply for grants, we see this introduction of where survival and need meets government structure, where we're first asked to shift or contort or distort our projects as to meet the needs of the funders. When Take Home started, we highlighted very early that no matter what, we want to stay true to our ideals. And there will be times where we won't be able to accept certain monies if we want to hold true to that. It'll be a harder path, but it's a necessary one. And it's a conversation that we had, which is why the community support has been so important, so crucial, and we're so grateful. But when we're writing these grants and shifting our voices to fit like these academic ways of speaking, or like these white acceptable ways of presenting ourselves to inherent funds, it becomes one of the ways that like this nonprofit structure becomes validated within the arts because it supports that voice. It supports this structure. We see the need for like a board and this and that. And one of the fun things about Take Home has been like challenging how we incorporate these things or tweak these things to remain a safe place. But I feel like we've been talking for a minute, so I'll let Hassan expand.
Thank you so much, Alpa. So when we started, it was really important for us to simply not have a board. Because in our experiences, people who were on boards in organizations, art organizations in Winnipeg, had little or nothing to do with art making or presentation. And these were privileged folks who were either not connected to the realities of art making today, especially in our communities. And there have been cases where there have been people with ulterior motives, political motives, that take power being on the board. So it was important for us to not have a board, so there is no hierarchical power like that. For us, we are the staff, we are the board. we work together, and everybody who is part of the space has to work at the gallery and show their support in action and not words. And we really feel that the not-for-profit structure in its entirety, and that's even outside the art industry, and other nonprofits that are not art-centered, that structure needs to be challenged, because so much harm comes from the board towards the staff, especially staff that is BIPOC. And when that harm takes place, the people who have caused it, they are able to quit the board without accountability and just vanish. And that's a rhetoric that has taken place many times, that I've seen and I've heard many can talk about in the previous decades that has taken place. And I'm sure a lot of people here have seen those things happen. So it was really important for us to not function in that way. And again, with very generous support of CARFAC, we were able to enact those things because CARFAC was agreed to act as just a structure, like a dummy board. They were there for our support, and that's what they have done. And they have had no interference in our programming. And that's the kind of support we needed. And that has worked well enough for us in these 3 years that we are now hoping to slowly transition into our own separate structure, and form an organization that will not be dependent on CARFAC, hopefully within next year. Another like, I think, awful byproduct of the not-for-profit structure there is that there are almost no long-term positions available to BIPOC artists and curators, and we don't see people who look like us in long-term positions a lot. And that's another question that needs to be asked amongst the community, like, why is that? It's not that we're not trying. We want these positions. We want to get paid for the work we like to do. For us, it's as simple as that, but we feel we're never good enough to take those spaces or giving those chances. Through this space, we have been able to create those positions for ourselves from the work we did, from a lot of self-learning, of writing grants, of how to run a space. A lot of the things that we've done have come from so much trial and error and just figuring it out ourselves.
I think when we're going back to like those ingredients of what allows us to be like anti-oppressive, but like also to exist as a space, our issue with like the nonprofit structure has been where it introduces the formality of hierarchy and impedes upon our ability to be relational to each other. So I'll say that one more time. So what we found with the hierarchical, our issue with the nonprofit structure is how it introduces this system of hierarchy and impedes upon our ability to be relational to each other. So one of the things that we found is like in terms of employment, in terms of like how white supremacy has turned up in the Winnipeg art scene, would be in the types of positions that we would see BIPOC folks in. So it'd be short-term positions, janitorial positions, like steward-like positions, and that's fine. That's a beautiful part of doing the work, and it needs to be there for any organization to last. But it's not all that BIPOC is capable of, but it's all that we're allowed to be within your institutions. which is a big part of like why Take Home has to exist and continues to exist regardless of our capacities, because we are greater than the opportunities that have been previously presented to us. When we're talking about how we've been able to exit or exist, some of the other harms within the structure that's been imposed is like when power is centralized, whoever autonomy is also centralized and robbed from whoever comes beneath that hierarchy. And the way that we've seen that enacted upon ourselves, our bodies, our friends, our relatives, has been like the quiet dismissals, or the hidden firings, or the hidden harms that you won't know about, that aren't documented anywhere, that you will find in your emails, that you will find when you check your ROEs, when you check your employment history for the last 3 years. It manifests itself when we see how white supremacy has entered the art scene here within Winnipeg. Part of the reason that Take Home exists is to protect ourselves and each other from these harms, and to be open and honest about when they occur. Everyone deserves to eat. Everyone deserves to eat. No one eats. I would like to eat too. And so like to present that security, we decided to be very honest about like how we want to engage with hierarchies. So like that's a part of why that keeps on coming up, and like how we're speaking and what we're saying. And it's also something to like think about when you go home to your organizations or whoever you're representing today, is like how do we create safety when we don't know the entire history of our organization, when we don't know the hidden precedents that are harming our employees, that are harming our staff? Why is turnover so high? And like the other thing as to like why Take Home exists the way that we do is like in terms of like funding, in terms of programming, we want to be like really specific with like who we choose to program with, in order to maintain our autonomy, to enact a sense of sovereignty over ourselves, our space, and the people that we represent. We understand that this goes beyond us. We understand that whatever we do affects whatever artist comes into our space, and we take that responsibility very seriously. And it's part of the reason that we're like really glad to speak to you guys today, because like these changes that we're enacting and the toll that it's taking on our bodies isn't our work to do alone. And we've come across so many successes. I'm so proud to have presented each of the artists that we presented. So from photographer Glody Bahati to the mural on our wall from Bria Fernandez, to giving space to Chukwudu Bem, to holding the Métis crafting gathering, like to be able to share community with these folks who are doing amazing work, that are showing internationally, that are really developing a positive representation of the Winnipeg art scene, but have also been like dismissed from spaces within the Winnipeg art scene, is ironic, but we also exist to fill that gap so that they can continue to have opportunities for themselves, continue to have a space to be like nourished and reinvigorated in the work, to not feel alone or attacked by the institutions that they're serving or presenting in, to regather themselves. I think the last, well not the last, there's many ingredients as to like what makes us us, but like when we're talking about that element of relationality, what's been really key in like holding the space together is being able to see each other as ourselves. So each of the artists that come in to do work, or each of the curators that we have, we see them as people first. Like, you're not here to give us a product, you're not here to serve a deliverable. Like, I'm here to move with your schedule. I won't impede upon you, or I won't impose upon you a deadline if I don't need to. If you're sick, go home. Like, you know, we, especially as BIPOC folks, we feel like our labor has to precipitate our ability to show up. Oh, I actually can't be here if I'm not doing anything. I actually can't be here if I haven't helped. I actually can't be here if I haven't done the dishes. I actually can't be here if I haven't slept. And like, these are also like the byproducts of like only holding these steward-like positions within the arts. It's the only way that we've been shown to belong to these spaces. I think my last point when it comes to the nonprofit structure and how it's manifested here, and we like to depart from in order to create and foster the safety that exists at Take Home would be this conforming. So Hassan had asked the audience earlier, like, why are we anomalies? Like, why are we the only ones? Why are we the first ones? Where's the other folks that look like us on your board or in your decision-making powers? And it's like, part of it is this nonprofit structure. I'm not asking to throw it away altogether, like that would be cool, like that'd be really nice. But like to challenge it, to tweak it, to make it safer. So part of the reason that you don't see a lot of folks like us is because when you're writing these grants or asking for funding, or when we're thinking about like who warrants power, they don't talk in the way that BIPOC folks talk. They don't move in the ways that BIPOC folks move. When we choose to be relational, we're seen as unintelligent or subservient, like, or subservient rather than humble, rather than articulate. I don't have to sound like this to be understood. I'm Jamaican. My parents are immigrants. My speech comprises of a whole lot of slang, a lot of patois, a lot of everything from everywhere. And so what I found is like when I occupy spaces in the art world and I show up as myself and I speak the way I speak, the dismissal that comes. How quickly I'm removed from spaces. Oh, she doesn't get it. She can't be here. She can't be trusted. Oh, she doesn't sound refined enough. Why this, why, It's just, when you're thinking about your hierarchies, I want you to also think about who you feel is deserving of power. No, let me rephrase that. I want you to think about who you've trusted to hold power. And you can see who you trusted by who's been on your board this year, last year, and the year before that. You can see who you've trusted by who's your ED currently and who your ED prospects are. You can see who you trust and who you don't trust by who has limited access within your organization. And that needs to be changed and adjusted. So when you go to your organizations and you're looking at like who's sweeping the floors, who's staying after hours, who's developing your programming, your materials, all of this, who's going out into community, but is getting paid X dollars. I want you to think about that seriously and like bring that to your board. Or if you're on the board, I want you to seriously reevaluate that. Yeah, I think the other thing at Take Home that we've done is like really make sure that our artists get paid. We work with CARFAC, and that's very valuable to the both of us as organizations. And we haven't been able to see the benefit of that personally ourselves, but like also just making sure that the funds are distributed in a way where all your staff is able to live and able to eat. I don't care if they're working 13 hours, 12 hours, 10 hours, 8 hours, and that might be beyond us, but that's where this organizational power comes into play. That's where this need to be strategic about how we partner with each other so that we can all survive, so that we all can eat, becomes very integral to like the work that we share as members of ARCA or as people who run and engage with artists run centers.
Thank you, Sapphire. From that, I want to move towards how we thought when we were starting this space that the fee schedule for CARFAC has been not reflected on how much has not been reflected on how much how much money people actually need to survive, and we have tried our best to always pay more than CARFAC fees. We consult the schedule. We try our best to give 10 to 20% above that, and that's been always our goal. We wanted to set that precedent that we're always paying more than CARFAC for everything we do with any artist, any curator. It always has to be more than CARFAC because the CARFAC fee schedule hasn't changed in a very long time, and which I'm hopeful is going to change soon. So that was one thing that we talked about implementing, and when we did, we also realized how easy that was to implement. It's just you apply for funding accordingly, and then you have that money, and then you give it away. It's as simple as that. And the fact that almost no spaces were doing that was really mind-boggling to us. And other than that, for more like contractual work, we have always encouraged artists and curators that have worked with us to negotiate what we're offering. That encouragement has to come from the organization. We have to encourage our artists to understand their worth and understand that whatever is being offered to them, they have the power to reject that or ask for more if that's not reflecting the worth of their labor. And that practice has been really rewarding, even to ourselves in our practice as an artist. That has been empowering to us to know our worth and understand that yes, we are nuanced beings with really intersectional identities, and our experiences and research and practice and work is worth a lot more than the $300 and something. So that's a thing that we implemented, and it's been going great that way. And we hope to keep on carrying on doing that, and hopefully as we grow as an organization and have access to more funding, we're hoping to pay our artists as much as we can and as much as they need, and because we want them to feel satisfied for the work they do. This is a really important work, and also we focused on empowering our artists with this realization that we're all contributing to culture, to our collective culture as artists together, like us expressing and in different ways together in collaboration, in one space, sharing food together, sharing conversations together has been very important, and we have tried our best to cultivate conversations with everybody that we invite to our space and everybody who needs our space. We really hope to make real relationships and friendships with all these people, because that's where we think lies the longevity of a movement. And Take Home as a space exists today, it might not tomorrow. But what we hope to take away from that is that the relationships that we are trying to foster, which might result into a different collective, different space, different movement in the future. So we have to, I feel, think about all those things and how our power to cultivate relationships is going to be our saving grace in the future. Yeah, I think we're good.
Well, thank you so much. I know that it's just about lunch, and I want to thank Clayton for opening the way that he did. I know that we wanted to open up the floor for some questions, and there might be some lead-in from when lunch is served to whoever is asking questions. But like I said, any space we inhabit isn't our space. It's our space. So if there's any questions or concerns or anything that you would like to say, I would like to make room for that right now. Should anyone have a question. Lori.
Is there plans for you guys to get a living wage?
The plans have been there since forever. It's just, in our experience, when we do apply for funding and put ourselves as getting some funding to pay ourselves for this sustained work, That's the part of the funding that always gets rejected. Um, we get the funding to do the programming, but not the funding to pay us for the work. And that's been the case consistently, which is really just sad.
You need to pay yourselves because that's the only way you're gonna be able to get the funding. To pay yourselves is by paying yourselves through your project grants. Because you're gonna burn out.
No, and that's, and we're not shy about like addressing that. Like we have been in places of burnout, and we have been resurrected from those places to do the work, and it's been really tough, and that's why I keep on saying like it's been just really hard doing that, and we have had some opportunities to like pay us for an honorarium kind of thing out of a grant, but that comes and then you pay the bill that you owed 6 months ago, and so it has been tough. We are hopeful that we will get funding more operational, but we'll see. Thank you, Laurie.
And then like with that comes like balancing capacities, and like one of the models that we're kind of playing with right now, being as non-hierarchical as we are currently, is to like tap in and tap out whenever we have the capacity and whenever we don't. I know that current payment structures typically don't make space for that, but it's not impossible, and we've seen other organizations do it, whether it be through flex time, or not really banked hours, but like deliverables. Like, you deserve a living wage. This is what we want you to do. If you get these tasks done in the month, then this is the wage you're deserving of. Like, it's structures like that that we want to implement that allow room for shifts in capacity, because we're humans and we understand that we're human. And like, I'm so grateful for Hassan, who's always stepped in and stepped up when I'm unable to, and I really hope that I'm able to like do the same for you and have been. So that's kind of
course,
what
yes.
the work.
Yeah, oh my God, totally. We make a good team, that, and I'm very grateful for that.
I also want to acknowledge the movement that Promo had done with the university. It changed the School of Art, and Take Home is changing the landscape in Winnipeg. So, thank you.
Thank you, Laurie, really appreciate that, thank you so much. Anybody else?
On the subject of being the first, right? And I understand that, like, in Winnipeg, you are the first, as you've said, BIPOC artist-run center, but you're certainly not the first in the country, right? And that's not to take any of the merit or credit away from you, but really to ask, is there room for collaboration, or for, like, cribbing some notes from other centers and other BIPOC co-directors who have broken some of that ground already? Like, have you had success, I guess, like connecting with other folks in your position?
Thank you so much for the question, and that's something that we've always tried to include in our planning and everything, and we are hopeful. We have a lot of lists and names of all the organizations we wish to collaborate with, and we have connected with some in spaces like this and conferences, but the capacity both of us hold, we are unable to plan those kind of things outside of Manitoba, only because of we don't have the capacity to do it right now. It's just two of us. But we have collaborated with other smaller BIPOC collective patterns. We've collaborated with them within Manitoba on some programming, and we have future plans to collaborate with other spaces. But that's definitely something that we are hoping to do, and which will be, I think, amazing to kind of strengthen our collective our collective power as BIPOC spaces, and that definitely is very crucial for us to do in the future. And we're hopeful. I just wish that we had more capacity to do it. And we will, like, another thing that we're doing right now is we have started to add more members to the team. So we're right now in the process of interviewing a lot of folks who wish to work with us on and be on the take-home team. So as we add more people, we're hoping to have more capacity and more planning, and hopefully you'll see a lot more programming and collaboration.
Hi, thank you so much for speaking today. I just wanted to echo and add on the CARFAC fee thing. They are increasing their rates by 8% next year. However, it is considered the minimum. So that is something we should all remind ourselves, is that that's like what it says as its basis. And so you are modeling the way that we should be approaching it as a collective whole. And then also I had a question around, for myself, I also started a space kind of from scratch, and off the basis of like self-exploitation, which is really hard when you really care and are passionate about the project, right? Something that has come up over time is the idea of like, when you're thinking about non-hierarchical, there's still the hierarchy of like institutional memory. And so how are you sharing or passing on that knowledge that you're like developing by just being there over time? Is something that I'm curious, or if that's been addressed.
I think one of the things, so when we were talking about being relational, Seiko really loves to be informal and when it comes to this space. So like when we're talking about like how do we hold this memory, how do we share this memory, part of it is like on Insta, part of it is on a site in development. But like a lot of it lives in the space. When we talk about like the value of like showing up, like physically showing up, like we mean it and we take it seriously. It's literally where we come to be nourished and where we come to nourish each other. So when you enter this space, there's like Polaroids on the wall of like past artists, past organizers. There's like some posters of things. There's like trinkets that people have brought to the space, that live in the space. There's so many great books that people have just like brought, taken, and shared. And that's kind of like the way that we like hold memory and hold regard for each other within this space. In terms of like the documentation, like we have pictures and we have blurbs that can be more formalized and like added to like our internet presence or our social media presence. But like the part of it that lingers with me and the part that like affects people when they come into this space is like that presence that is made tangible by everything that people have like physically brought and have like brought by bringing themselves.
Mm-hmm. And like I think what we've also tried to do is open the physical space and give access to that to everybody who wants to engage. And we encourage people to come spend time at the space. We have a kitchen there. We encourage people to cook there, sit together, eat, have discussions, do studio visits with each other. Whoever needs access to the space, we have a policy of never saying no to that. If it's available, if you wanted a studio, if we have the space, we'll open it. Then we keep it very simple like that. So for every new member joining, we give them all the access they need to the space and support them in their practice. And try our best to do it. And we also show by action, like there are no hierarchical actions that we do to make examples. Besides now that the only thing we do that is hierarchical is sign co-director in our names, but we encourage every new member to sign that on their name, that everybody's a co-director. Do it. Like, you know, that word holds no value to us. Your membership and your work and you giving us time and your energy is what we're grateful for. And so we try our best to implement those things, if that answers the question. Thank you.
I hope to talk more later.
Thank you so much.
Hi. Well, first I wanted to say thank you both so much for sharing and giving us a moment to reflect and listen to your experiences. I was really struck by when you both were speaking about the start of Take Home and the origins around that. And coming through Chroma, you also named approaching CARFAC, and in the same breath named approaching a senior artist in the city, Divya Mehra. And I was really struck by that duality of what it means to approach an arts organization that has a provincial footprint of a national arts serving org, and to approach an individual artist. And it makes me wonder about the reality of learning the labor of administration and administrative practices, and how when people, move through different stages of their careers or enter working in artist runs, oftentimes it's through the sometimes amorphous structure of our orgs that there ends up being this transference of knowledge around administrative practices. But when you kind of point to the origins of Take Home, but also Chroma being like the ambience of white supremacy and what it means to not feel safe in your body in these art spaces that exist under this so-called open door model where no one would say, I'm actively trying to be, exclusionary. I'm actively trying, because it's not about being active, right? It's about how these spaces are actually structured, and when you are or are not, in that space because it's meant to hold space for you. So I guess maybe my question has to do with this looking towards, and maybe less around a framework of mentorship, traditional or non, because Winnipeg, of course, for folks that live here, and then maybe for folks that don't live here who aren't so aware, like there are these deep-rooted histories of mentorship in artist runs, right? Like we have a whole organization that's been around for decades that is very foundational to many of us, with like mentorship at the core of it, right? But yeah, how do you kind of navigate the impacts of not being able to access that lineage of like administrative knowledge being shared because there isn't the context for it to be shared in a space that also holds space for your identity as non-white people, where you're not just like having to always be hyper aware of your identities in those spaces. Like, I think the question around, or the comment around, like, it's important to have, it's important to pay yourself or else you'll burn out, and your response aptly being like, yes, we've burnt out and we've, come up from that, and we agree, but also like, there being that kind of gap in the support around around that guidance, right? Because it's like an individual artist is not someone in, a leadership position in an arts organization that you work at. And if you're kind of stuck, as you've said, like having to create your own foundational spaces, then where's that guidance for you, I don't know. If you found a question in there, please feel free to respond in whatever way. Mostly just thanks for sharing. And so just one last thing, I feel in hearing your presentation the absence of a gathering or symposium that was supposed to happen that was canceled because of the pandemic, early pandemic days, like early 2020, organized by Asian Brain Trust called Mixed Company. And I can't help but think about the labor of your presentation in this mixed space and how different it might be had it have been in a space that was intentionally unmixed, which if that's unsettling for people listening to my ramble, like, is worth questioning. So thank you.
Yes, thank you for that question and your lovely rambling. And as a fellow rambler, I appreciate that a lot. I have almost very little idea for all that I said in this presentation. That's how I function. In terms of mentorship, I think there has never been like a direct approach from any other place to give us that mentorship. It was whatever experiences we had at the time of opening, we were trying to mentor each other, and there were huge blind spots in especially applying for funding. That's an education most of us either didn't have or always have shied away from, because we always believed and we were told that you have to write or present as white to get money. And we all believed that for many years, till we were in a place to open this space and apply for funding. And we got some help again from CARFAC in doing so. And that's what I learned, that okay, this is not really rocket science. While all it requires is us to not to really water down our emotions and our anger to do these things. So it's that mentorship thing has been there, but also largely missing in our experience. It's what we carried from. It's what I personally carried from Cliff Eland, because I used to be Cliff Eland's studio assistant for many years, and I saw him supporting artists a lot of the times out of his pocket, and just because he was recognizing a lot of artists who were not being given the space they need in this art community, and then he would find these folks and give them solo shows. And he literally, for him, I saw how easily he did it. He'd be like, your art is great, let's show your work. He would say, let's make you rich. And that I loved how he believed in the ease of it. And that I've seen is really absent. Like, we make the process so complicated that we got to do this and that and that, or really what's missing is the intention behind it. And again, speaking about the nonprofit structure, we have to use these structures in our favor. There is this guidance from the state that this is how you run it, but we don't have to really run it like that. We can be strategic about it and use it in our favor. But as we have moved, we have definitely connected with people now who are really good at guiding us and mentoring us. There are people I consult with. Some of them are here too. Like Laurie's here, Jennifer's here. You are here, Shimbi. Like I talked to you about it, and I feel that what we found is that we have to continuously access mentorship within our peers, and not in a hierarchical way. I love learning from people who are way younger than me. I love learning from people who are artists in their early 20s and their teens who are at the School of Art. I want to know what the problems they're facing in their art making. So by the time they graduate, we are ready for them to support them. You wanna go?
I was thinking, some of the things that came out of our early conversations at Take Home, when we were in the studio October 2020, and just dreaming throughout the winter, acknowledging that we couldn't really find a forefather. I feel like administratively, everything that has come to be through our experiences, like Hassan was saying, and that the mentorship that we've had access to has come through peers and has strongly come from community. There are people who beautifully, and I'm so grateful, have went out of their way to like seek us and be like, do you need help? Like choosing to make themselves available. And that I'm so grateful for that. Because when you're like knee deep in the work, it's hard to like kind of like turn your head when you're, you know, to see who's around to receive that learning from. So like, I'm really grateful for Jennifer, for Shippy, for Lori, for each of the peers that have helped us. What we're finding in like BIPOC communities is because these resources and like the knowledge and the opportunity to like even gain these leadership experiences is so limited, whatever we know becomes shared so quickly out of necessity. So like a lot of the learning has come through peers, or we've developed ourselves to see if it works. Oh, it worked? Okay, let's go. If it hasn't, then we'll try again. But like also I'm really grateful for some of like the organizational support. I think this lack of mentorship highlights two key problems that Take Home has been facing. One is like the lack of support from the greater artistic community in terms of funds. Like we have the artistic capacity, we have the artistic direction, we have the relationships with folks, we have the space, we don't have the funding. And like, especially post 2020, like we really, when I say that our autonomy is so important, we didn't want to be co-opted in any way or be tokenized by any organization in that era, and then lose the essence of what we're building before we've even begun. And so like, in terms of like the organizations that could actually support us by like just giving us cash, like that'd be so cool, was really limited. But like I'm really grateful for organizations like CARFAC Manitoba that have taken on the brunt of like our financial admin work, our bookkeeping, that helped us write our first 2 grants that like sustained the space for like 2 years. We milked that, we milked it so hard. And then, yeah, CARFAC National even, Liz Barron, and the Harbor Collective, including us in like their programming, reaching out to us. Video Pool, who's just like downstairs beneath us, giving us access to like their equipment. Like there's a lot of very tangible things that are needed. And I love it's not that they give silently, but they give without needing to be recognized. And that's so beautiful to me because it's so genuine. Like you're not doing this to pose yourself or to structure yourself or like to brand yourself as like this giving benevolent organization who's with the times. You're giving because you understand that it's needed and that your recognition isn't. And like to me, it indicates that I can trust you, that you trust the work that's being done and that I can trust you as an organization. So like in terms of like mentorship, it's been very just whoever is kind enough and loving enough to share with us how we can be better as adopting that information and then applying it however we can. Yeah, and organizations that are kind enough to like share what they have so we can share what we've received to like the rest of the community. And in terms of like sharing in front of like mixed company, like one of the realities of like being based in Winnipeg is that like Winnipeg is predominantly white. And like as much as I would love to share space, and I love sharing space with like BIPOC folks and like making space, because like we are not a monolith. Like it's very complex, it is very nuanced, it's nuance on nuance on nuance. It's competing histories, not competing, but like conflicting histories, sharing space to do work that we all love and making space for like the conflicts that arise and the personalities that arise and all these things. It's very real, and not shying away from that or booting folks because of those things, but like talking through them to the best of our abilities. Conflict management has been like, it's key, and I something that we want to like lean more into as like we grow in numbers. But like it's just inevitable. Thankfully we curate the space in a way where like when I want to be amongst my peers, amongst queer folks, amongst BIPOC folks, we built that space. So when I want to talk or share ideas, my peers are there, our artists are there, and when it comes time to like share company, then we can share company boldly because we've been nourished in this way. Lori, I'm not Lori, oh my God, Jennifer.
Talk really loud. The one thing throughout all of this discussion that I think is really evident for me is the
you're having to talk about systems, you're having to put so much labor into the ways that you're discussing histories of how you got here. And there's been so this is more of a comment than a question, but there's been key moments that I've seen the joyfulness on your faces. So the joyfulness of when you get to say the names of the artists that you worked with, the joyfulness when you talk about being in relation with each other or a community. And I think being someone who has engaged with both of you, who's been able to be in this space for large periods of time, I just actually want to come back to the joyfulness that you've created and the joyful comfort in that space that really needs to be acknowledged outside of all of the difficulties to that I don't even want to say difficulties, but the things that that you have to do the labor for to get to that joyfulness. And so I think this is key when you're talking about paying more than CARFAC fees. You are doing extra labor. You are not doing the minimum labor. You should be getting paid extra when you're getting a CARFAC fee because, and I think all BIPOC people should, because that labor is so much extra to get to that place of the joyful art practice. Outside of that, message about funding or paying people, I just really want to congratulate you and honor that joy that you create. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Emma.
I want to thank you each for your time. Unless anyone has a burning question, I would love for us all to eat. And just enjoy each other's company. And Jennifer, thank you so much for that remark. I think I'll end by saying the most beautiful part about existing as Take Home is that every single time without fail since we've opened, so every opening that we've ever had, any artist first time entering the space, people who are coming to the space for the first time who haven't been introduced to the arts, all of them remark about how safe they feel when they enter the space, unprompted, literally unprompted. Joyful tears, unprompted, unscheduled, unscripted, when they enter the space, and people can be just so audibly relaxed, so relaxed. I've never, coming to spaces like that is such a rarity, and to see beautiful brown folks, beautiful Black folks, beautiful indigenous folks enter the space and just their armor is already off and I haven't spoken yet. We haven't said anything yet. That's the beauty of what we get to do at Take Home. So thank you so much for audibly saying that, because it's such a big part of who we are and what we do and why we continue to exist.
Thank you so much.
Okay, if anyone hasn't noticed, there's this food in the room. I noticed. I want to take a moment and thank Hassan and, oh my God, this entire discussion. Sapphire, thank you so much for all of it. Can we just clap one more time? I always like clapping because it makes me know that you're there. I don't like talking in public. Please eat. We will be back at lunch. I'll make some announcements over lunch for different things, kind of making sure everyone feels situated. If anyone has any questions for any of the presenters, they're still in the room. I'm here. Catherine's outside. If you need anything, we're here. Yay.
So it's just dead?
Hey, check, test. Yeah. Turn it down now. Which one was it? Green. Check. Hey. Hey. Check. 1, 2, 3, 4. I guess most people are probably not talking right into it too. Hey. Check 1, 2. Yeah.
I wonder if it was just something.
Check. Hey. Check. It's peaking now. Oh, weird. Yeah. So let's hold up. I'm just gonna. Check. Hey. Is that better there? Yeah. Okay. I guess it's dirty.
Check 1 2 2 2 2 2. That one is like completely matte. Maybe turn the gain down on that. I can see it's just hitting the red there. Oh, is it really loud for you too? Yeah, because how's that now? Check, check. Oh yeah, is it really? Check 1 2 2 2. Still the same. How about now? Still really loud. Check 1 2. Check 1 2 2 2. Check 1 2. Check 1 2. How's that? Is that good? Check 1 2. Check 1 2. Hey, hey. Check 1 2. That's good. Okay. You're good on. Is it still pretty hot for you? Is that? Oh, it's. Check, check 1 2. I mean, I have you. Do you have it set to? Because this is sending line. Are you? Is that a mic input? Oh, that's why. Yeah, yeah. You don't have like a mic line switch actually. Oh yeah, it's literally just mic. Okay, so that's mic one. Yeah, I guess it. Yeah, so I mean, in which case, yeah, for you, I could probably even. Two two two. Let me know when you're good. Okay, so check 1 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2 2. Oh wait, I got a better solution. I'm gonna get. I'm just gonna get something. It's like a attenuator. So it'll just reduce the signal. That way, because once it's this low, if it depots at all, it could totally cut out. So yeah, give me one sec. Everyone in the booth, I'm just gonna go to grab a DI. Anyway. Check 1 2 2 2 2 2. Yep. Yep. Check check 1 2. Check check 1 2 2 2. Yeah yeah yeah. That's sounding a little better. Check 1 2 2 2. That's good. Okay, I'll set that. Check 1 2. Yeah, for sure. Give yourself a little headroom there. All right. Yeah.
Hello, everybody. Oh. Hello, hello. Test, test, test. Hello, everybody. We're going to get started again. So if you want to make your way to your seats, we'll get started in just about 30 seconds. Okay, great. Welcome back, everybody. We hope you had a wonderful lunch. My name's Janelle Shaw. I'm the Executive Director of Arts Accessibility Network Manitoba and the co-chair of MARC with Eddie Ayoub. And today I'm facilitating a talk about accessibility in the arts. So we have three wonderful panelists with us today, all representing the disability and deaf community. So we have our first speaker is Alice Crawford. As a partially deafened emerging artist with an advanced diploma in graphic design, Alice Crawford reconstructs spoken language. These images become a visual representation of her world. She creates unexpected imagery through innovative printmaking processes, such as typography, collage, collagraphs, etc., on different mediums, translating auditory perceptions within her surroundings by incorporating letters/words into images. Exploring dialogue reveals how miscommunication can occur when she is interacting in groups. Alice Crawford is the project director of the Manitoba Cultural Society of the Deaf Arts Manitoba. She resides in Winnipeg as an active member of the arts community, supporting arts organizations such as Mentoring Artists for Women's Art, Martha Street Studio, and AANM. Our second panelist is Tara Davis. Tara Davis is a Winnipeg artist and business owner. Davis studied industrial design and fiber arts at the Ontario College of Art and Design and was awarded both the Industrial Design Faculty Award and the Design Innovation Award. Davis has traveled around the world to learn craft-making skills, such as gathering silkworms in Thailand to hone her weaving skills on a bamboo loom. In March of 2012, Davis opened her boutique studio, Tara Davis Studio Boutique, in the Exchange District. The shop is part studio, part boutique, and part gallery, filled with delightful goodies Davis has hand-selected for more than 100 Canadian dreamers and makers. And last but not least, we have Karina Cardona Carlos, who is a disabled activist, artist, and public scholar. Informed by her experiences and observations as a refugee and person with spinal cord injury, her work as a cultural geographer has focused on building a more just and emancipatory future by locating, exposing, and transforming contemporary practices of exclusion and oppression. As a disabled woman of color, her efforts to reclaim space, power, and voice coalesce into many forms and paths, including leadership on research initiatives, program development, policy advocacy, volunteer boards, community art projects, collaborative storytelling, and networks of community care. Key projects include Kids in the Community, West End Biz, Building an Age-Inclusive Society, Institute of Urban Studies, Mobility in the Ableist System, Center for Environmental Health Equity, CRIP the Program, Youth Agencies Alliance, Disability Justice and Climate Change, Prairie Climate Center, and Arts Accessibility Network Manitoba. So, if we could all welcome our panelists. So we have about 35 minutes, and we're just going to have a very relaxed conversation about accessibility in the arts. We're going to try to push the envelope a bit to go beyond what you've usually heard about accessibility to have some new ideas. So the first question that we're going to talk about are, what are some assumptions about your community that people make? Alice, did you want to go first?
Most people think that when they introduce to a person who is deaf or hard of hearing, that they know ASL and that you need an interpreter, but it's not necessarily the case. There's lots of people who are not fluent in ASL and will rely on other methods such as lip reading. They may know a bit of signs, but you need to ask them what their needs are before you start a project or a conference like this. Yeah, that's one of the things. The other thing is a lot of people assume that deafness is kind of the same for everyone, but there's a wide variety of the way deaf and hard of hearing people hear. Some may hear low tone perfectly, and they can hear men's voices very well. Others are the other way around. They hear high tones only and hear women's voices better. In my case, I hear low tones better. I do not hear soft consonants. I usually hear only vowels and very hard consonants, so it can lead to misunderstandings, which can be a lot of fun or not, depending on your point of view. Hard of hearing people tend to hear only one word in 5, so they tend to try to fill in the blanks depending on the context of the conversation.
Yeah, and that's a really good point, Alice, because you had mentioned before that if somebody who's deaf comes into a conversation, that if they don't have the context of what they're speaking about, they can be really lost.
Yes, I find if I come into an ongoing conversation, I will have no clue what they're talking about, and I will have to ask, okay, what's the topic here? And then they will say, oh, we're talking about the Human Rights Museum. And then all of a sudden, all the words start to make sense to me. That's simply because a lot of words sound the same. Like on the lips, the words maybe and baby look the same. Like, can you tell the difference? Another one is make and bake. So it becomes a guessing game a lot of the times. So that's one thing you need to keep in mind. Thank you.
Great. Tara, what about you? What are some assumptions in your community that people make?
So I have a diagnosis of bipolar disorder with a number of sort of sub-disorders under that. I find, I was very fortunate to be introduced to an organization, Artbeat Studio. Probably many of you know about it. So I was in the very first group there in 2005. Now, at this time of year, my brain sort of malfunctions and I'm not able to read and write in typically September through November. So I wasn't able to write my bio, and I think Janelle's was very generous. It didn't include the part where I dropped out of OCAD in 4th year due to my mental illness. So I find when I had to drop out of school, it was quite traumatic. Mid-20s, had to move back to Winnipeg. So my capabilities were quite restricted at that time. I wasn't actually able to leave the house. Had to move back in with my mother for her to care for me. So, and then that was seasonally. Then I was introduced to Artbeat, where I met a whole bunch of artists who were living with similar situations, who had already learned different ways to adapt. And also it was founded by Nigel Bart, who lives with schizophrenia. And to be able to see what he was able to do allowed me to kind of slowly build up different sort of steps where I was able to do things. So at first, for example, my parents had to drive me to Artbeat. I couldn't get there on my own, and then they would come in and they would sit with me for about half an hour before I was able to work on my loom. I was weaving there. And I think you know, over the years, sometimes I'd be able to attend a family function, sometimes I couldn't, sometimes I can't write a bio, sometimes I can write grant applications. And I think that that can be really challenging for people because they're like, oh, well, Tara, you just did this, this, and this a couple of months ago. You know, now do I seem like I'm rude or that I'm, you know, very dismissive or something because now I really can't. And so I think that that was really helpful for me to be around all the artists at Artbeat, to learn from them that it is okay, like, to say to Janelle, you know, I'm sorry I can't write my bio, but I can speak. So learning little things like that and being able to share that with people, because at first I was just really embarrassed that I wasn't capable of things. And so I would see that with the other artists at Artbeat specifically, just saying, oh, I can do this now, I can't do this now. Or even within my family, like when I started Artbeat, my doctors and family didn't know if I'd be able to work again, which was kind of scary. I wasn't sort of sure what life that would be. But I've been able to build a business basically based on all these little steps that suit me and what I'm capable at that time of year or due to my mental health. So that, yeah, I think just knowing that it's still worth asking again. I have said no to some things with Janelle, and then she's asked again, because at this time I'm able to, but at that time I'm not. And just to know that.
Right. And I think that's a really important point to just re-emphasize, that a lot of people don't realize that disability is seasonal. Especially living in the climate that we do here in Winnipeg, every time the fall comes, winter comes, we all feel it a lot differently than able-bodied people. It affects our bodies, it affects our joints, it affects our thinking. So definitely something to keep in mind, that different times of years affect people differently. What about you, Karina? Do you want me to repeat the question?
No, I got it. I mean, echoing what I've already heard, that disability isn't static, like despite whatever, I guess, diagnosis you've been given, it's not uniform, it's not static, like that's based on a biomedical interpretation of disability, which is kind of what's resulted in ableism in our society, and it's based on the idea that bodies should be some way and minds should be some way, but they just are what they are. And so for me with a spinal cord injury, like it was a journey where I became fully paralyzed below my neck, and then I had to like learn to walk again, and then there's times where that changes and I can't walk again, and there's all kinds of factors that contribute to that. So daily, like activities of daily life can overload me, too many decisions in a day can overload me. That might interact with my medication in a different way. The social supports I have at that time in my life influence how much help I have or don't have, how much I have to take on or not, what I can afford or not. And so disability isn't just shaped by like the condition of my body, but it has a lot to do with like what around me supports what I need. And I think in that way, we can all understand that our life, throughout our life, that changes. We just kind of give disability a different label around it. But when it comes to spinal cord injury, like for me, I have nerve damage like throughout my body, but most markedly on my right hand side. And so it changes when I've needed a wheelchair, or I've needed a mobility scooter, or I've needed a cane, or I can manage with just a brace. And so mobility is a lot more than just movement. Like it's about the way that you can create seamlessness in your life. And so as somebody with what would be called a physical impairment, continuity is really important. So let's say there's, like it'll be funny, there'll be like a button to get into a building. Often they don't work. They haven't turned them on that day or whatever. Then you get in the building, but then there's like some transition you can't get through, or then there's no button at the bathroom, which makes it a completely pointless endeavor now. Like now it's not accessible. And so continuity is really important, and there's the mental load of all the planning that goes into that. Like, what will I anticipate? What can I anticipate? Can I call and ask? And so like Arts Accessibility Network has been doing this audit so that people can look somewhere and have a better sense of that without all the guesswork and the anxiety that goes around with that. And so with that, that can generate a lot of isolation now, where you're just like, I'm not gonna try. I'm too tired to figure that out today, or be disappointed today, or pee my pants today, or whatever is gonna happen. And then, or you do go out in the world and now you have like a trip and fall, or you pee your pants, or now you have to go back home. And so it's like, there's a lot of things that can happen as an outcome that like might change the time it takes to get something accomplished that you want, or that you can have the good feelings around it instead of like the stress and strife. But if you can have like a good attitude and be surrounded by people who are like willing and happy helpers, and just friends, that's the best part.
Great, thanks, Karina. So we're going to our next question, which is, what does it mean to center care in the arts? What can that look like? Taylor, I'd love to start with you because I feel like at your store, as soon as you walk into the door, you can feel the care and love that you dedicate to your artists and your customers. I wonder if you could talk a bit about that and how you care for your community through your store.
Well, initially in looking for a space, so I've been in the Exchange District for 12 years now, and when looking for a space, especially in that neighborhood, there are very few that are accessible. But when I looked in other neighborhoods, some of the regulations, like setting certain hours, like for the Forks example, you had to be open from 9 a.m. until 9 p.m., which didn't suit me. I need a shorter day. So even though my space wasn't accessible, which was really frustrating for me, I still chose to take that space. So then one of the things I sort of, like sometimes I kind of want to sort of pretend that that isn't happening because you get called out on things like that. But I thought it was important to just sort of talk about the space not being accessible and how I could relate to customers or artists and makers that I was working with and try to make it more accessible for them. And one time when I was speaking about that, Janelle reached out and we partnered in the Wayfinder
Wayfinding project.
Project, yeah. So that was years ago, and I got to host that. So Arts Accessibilities Network built a ramp that went out onto the street, which showed, what elevation that had to be, because often people sort of say, well, just put a ramp in or just put a lift in, and it really, obviously it isn't that easy. But that brought a lot of awareness, and then it made sort of my community realize that I was willing to do other things to sort of make it more accessible to them. This was years ago, so the video chats and things weren't as common as they are now, but we would do little tours of the shop by video, or if I had an art show, I could bring art out onto the street to show somebody who wanted to purchase some art that was inside. So things like that, I think just being really open about meeting people where they're at, I think is important. I think representation is so important. So I've had a young woman with Down syndrome that was at the shop for about 2 years. Unfortunately, the pandemic has made her uncomfortable sort of coming back to work. I'm hoping that she will again soon. But I think that was so important to have someone with Down syndrome there, or I mentored a woman on the autism spectrum. And I think just sort of like being curious about things and respective, like I'm going to say the wrong thing. When I first met Emily, I sort of asked, do you have autism? Are you on the autism spectrum? Like what sort of language do I use, And so I think sort of letting people know that I don't know, and then I'm open to whatever suits them best is how I create that care.
Absolutely, yeah. Like looking at the artist and the individual first, and like you said, meeting them where they are is so important.
Mm-hmm.
So that's great. That's wonderful. What about you, Karina? What do you do to kind of center care in your practice?
Most of I was starting out around being curious and meeting people where they are. But I would say it's kind of like, what outcomes do you seek when you want to participate in the arts? And also just working backwards from that. Like a lot of people maybe they want to create something in particular. Maybe they want a certain kind of belonging. Maybe they want certain kinds of experiences. And so you think, what would it take for this person who I care about to be involved in that? And oftentimes that starts with genuine questions, but a true invitation, I think, is really important when it comes to inviting people into spaces in particular, to make it be known, like what's available to them, that they're welcome there, that they can be however they are there. For example, being on the board at Art City, I know that we do some training around when people are in like mental health and crisis, because a lot of it's a drop-in center. People will come in off the sidewalk, maybe be having an episode of some sort. It can be scary for people who are not familiar with this individual or are occupied with something else at the time. And so it helps staff to be able to be trained into how do I manage this situation in this moment. And instead of causing alarm or ejecting a person or, you know, like being able to show that, you know, we all have we can all treat people with dignity, and like nobody is here is trying to harm anyone. Like we're trying to figure out, like being inclusive is really about, in terms of meeting people where they are, isn't just like the sweet stuff. Like sometimes it's actually about digging into that pain a little bit and finding a caring way to attend to that pain. And I think, I mean, artists do this with their work and what we're working with. So I think there is that sensitivity that we've probably attuned to a little bit more than some other folks. And I'd probably also say, like, when it comes to relationship building, like reciprocity is really important, to just make sure that it's not like you're not treating somebody like they're a project or saying that they have special needs or something. Like we all have needs and they aren't your project, and you don't have to go and post that you did something nice for someone with a disability, because that's very insulting. Because really they're just trying to exist and, you know, thrive, and just like whoever else would. And maybe, so having experiences with places in San Francisco like the Creative Growth Center, or even in Winkler where there's like a whole store, you know, at the art center there, but there's a whole store, an art store that's run by people with Down syndrome, and it's amazing because, you know, it's like, it's so empowering for people in the community to see this kind of thriving community. So I just think the more we like feature success and not just deficit, I think that's a really important way to show care as well.
Absolutely. What about for you, Alice?
Dental care in the deaf community is basically asking ahead of time what communication method they want to use. If it's ASL, then you have to hire an interpreter, and it should be done 2 weeks ahead of time. There's other ways of communication. Some of them could be like me, which means that, well, it's also for the deaf, lighting is important. You got to make sure the light is on your face. You cannot be backlit because they can't see the person signing, or they can't read your face. Deaf people are very attuned to facial expression, so if you express frustration or anger, they're very aware of that. They can be hurt by it. Other things for a hard of hearing person, you need to speak you speak carefully, I guess would be the word to use, because you speak too fast and they're not catching everything and they have to guess a lot. Often they will back off asking you what was said because it just, they could feel the frustration of the person who's speaking, so they tend not to ask for more help. That I often do that because whatever. To get a person attention, you can tap them on the shoulder. For a hard of hearing person, you can call out their name. Another way to get attention is to flick the light switch, or stamp your foot, or bang on the table, because they can feel the vibrations. What else? You can use pen and paper if you're having a lot of problems. Whatever you do, don't yell, because it just distorts the facial movements, and it distorts sounds. And also, you look very angry. And believe me, you don't want to be at the end of that. Even though they're trying, it just, I ran into that with a staff member at a clinic who yelled at me. I'm like, oh, for Christ's sake, you know. But anyway, yeah, just ask what they need, and just try to be patient, you know.
No, that's a great idea. And Alice gave me this really interesting tip. There's two ones about the deaf community that I thought was really interesting. The first one is for the hard of hearing community when it's low pressure days, when it's cloudy and stuff. Do you want to talk about that, Alice?
Oh yeah, that's something to note. Yeah, on very rainy, cloudy days where you have low pressure, we don't hear as well. We hear better under high pressure. I can tell you a story about me climbing a mountain with my husband who had breathing problems. He loved it up there. I could breathe. He's going, ah. I'm going, what? You know, but anyway.
No, that's true. And then the other interesting thing that you told me is that oftentimes hard of hearing people miss the butt of the joke.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the thing about joke telling, you know, you're telling a joke and you're making sure the audience gets everything, and then when it comes to the punchline, it this way.
And you can't
You know
hear.
what? You totally missed the punchline because voice dropped. They tend to mumble the answer, and it's the most frustrating thing. I never go to comedy shows for that reason. If it's online on TV, fine, because they will have it uncaptioned. But I never go to live shows for that reason.
Thanks, Alice. Those are some really good tips. So let's move to our next question. What does disability justice mean to you, and how can that be reflected in the arts? Karina, did you want to start us off for this one?
Sure. I mean, for me, it means that, like, there's a place for everybody and that everybody is welcome, like true belonging. It's not, you know, access, like making sure that there is a space for someone is, you know, a great start, but really trying to figure out how it is that somebody can truly feel like they're not a problem, but like that they're welcome, that their strengths are honored. And in the arts in particular, I think that we really have to think, like, what does it take for disabled artists to have thriving art practices? It's not like, can somebody be a part of a program? It's like, how can this person have a successful arts career, just like any other artist that wants to have a successful arts career? It's hard for everyone to do that. And so I think we just have to be sure that we're attending to that desire first and foremost, and not assuming and putting prejudices around that, and assuming also that like half measures are enough. Like I think we really need to check in and evolve the practices that we have. And I know it can't be in one fell swoop. Like Tara, what you're saying around the Exchange District, like it's historic. They're historic buildings, right? And so one of the challenges for the disability community and the arts is that those tend to be the most inaccessible buildings because they're the most archaic in terms of the thinking that went into their design. And so, but they're protected by policy that doesn't allow you to change them into something more accessible and inclusive. And so then it's like, so you're choosing infrastructure and architecture and like wishful, like, you know, the love of the past over the dignity of people now. And so there are these kinds of frictions that exist that might be felt a little bit more strongly by people that are excluded from these spaces because, you know, I think about First Fridays, I think about like all the gallery openings, like I think about the amount of like, you know, partying that happens from one space to another space to another space, the noise, the light. And these aren't always like very welcoming and inclusive environments, or they can't, you know, happen from one place to another for some individuals. And so to think about like, how do you really be a part of like the spectrum of it all? And how can you be considered, you know? So, you know, having moments like where there aren't a strobe light as part of a party would be a nice thing. You know, where maybe we just say we're gonna do it on the main level even though it's not the best space. Like just making compromises that allow for other people to feel like we're prioritized in the thinking. I think to me, those are the kinds of actions that create justice. Like it's not some goal we land at. Like they're experiences and opportunities that we mediate through our decision making.
Absolutely. And I think it's also important to note with disability justice that if you want to know how to make your space accessible, if you want to know how to bring the community, speak with us. We are the experts, not the doctors, not the therapists. We have the lived experience. So if you want to know how to get our community there, how to be accessible, reach out to the community. We're more than happy. We want to speak about this because we want to be involved. So that's a definite big part of disability justice. What about you, Taylor? Have you had any experiences with disability justice? Or?
Yeah, everything that Karina just said, I think. But one of the things that was recommended when we were doing a Nuit Blanc installation, well, the past 2 years, not this past September, but the other two, was to create it so the installation was viewed from the sidewalk. So everything could be viewed at that height. We had stools so people could stand on them, so that they could look up closer into it, things like that, just so that it could be viewed by everyone. I try to keep things like that in mind, though it is limited.
And it's really funny because disability justice literally could be as simple as having chairs at an event so that people don't have to stand anymore, right? So having those stools there so people can see it if they're too short, just stuff like that. Just little things that can make a big difference. What about you, Alice? I know the Deaf Society has that wonderful dance program. For me, that's like the epitome of disability justice. Did you want to talk a bit about that?
Okay. The new rhythm, I forget the second part. I'm having a senior moment here.
Is it a new rhythm beyond sound?
Yes, that's right. It was developed because we did a pilot project in 2018 with a hearing dance teacher taught four deaf dancers a routine to be presented online on YouTube, and she was trying to work with the deaf. I mean, her heart was in the right place, but she didn't take into account of the deaf culture and the needs, and it ended up being a bad experience for her and a bad experience for the deaf dancers. So we saw that there was more to teaching the deaf to dance than just ASL interpretation. So we set up video manuals which teaches non-deaf dance teachers how to teach deaf dance students so they can be fully inclusive in a dance class. And these films are free to watch online on our website. And it talks about how to communicate, and some which I've mentioned. It talks about a bit about deaf culture and a variety of things. And we have a section on how they experience dance. They can feel it with their bodies, like the vibration. There's a section on communication. There's a set on tempo. And the last film is on how to do a mixed class of hearing and deaf people. But it's free online to watch. And we also have a set of documents which would help you with working with interpreters and working without interpreters. And there's 4 of them. And this way, deaf dancers can be fully included in classes without feeling lost. Like if the instructor doesn't know about how to get them started, they're trying to figure out, okay, when do I start, And so they learn to do this, this number count, and then they go into it. When they see that last number, they go right and they match the class. And there's tips like that. So we were trying to level the field because a lot of deaf dancers love to dance. They can dance, but they don't have access to communication which will allow them to dance and be taught how to dance the way they want to be taught. Anyway, so that's what the project is, and we now have it as a program where we train the non-deaf dancers, teachers. They watch the films, and then they take a deaf culture workshop where they learn things like most deaf people are born to hearing parents, for instance, like 80%. They learn about how ASL works, like it's not like English, it's different syntax and that kind of thing, that kind of thing. And the other thing outside of that, I think it's wonderful we're seeing more of it. The theaters are starting to have ASL interpretation in their shows. And we're starting to see more of that, was great. But I think there needs to be more.
Yeah, absolutely. If anybody's interested in checking out that training, you can find it at mcsd-dam.com, which stands for the Manitoba Cultural Society of the Deaf, Deaf Arts Manitoba, or DAM, we're good.
Yes, the long mouth, yeah. Well, publicly we're known as Deaf Arts Manitoba. Just leave the other part out. It's really hard. You just trip over it when you're talking. I constantly trip over it. Just say Deaf Arts Manitoba.
And
it's
also,
the same.
Yeah, and also that training for the dance teachers is actually applicable to all of the arts. There's definitely things you can pull out of that. So even if you're running a visual arts center, it's still a really great resource to check out.
Can I mention something?
Yeah, please do.
So the program that I created for the Youth Agencies Alliance was this CRIP the program, and it was a workshop that we did years ago now. But it did kind of look at, for organizations that are looking to address spaces, even though this was focused on youth, as in they aren't the full decision makers in their lives, but like it looked at 5 different areas, so I'm happy to share that with you and whoever wants it, but so looking at the built environment, looking at the attitudes and the expectations, looking at like the on, off-site, and in between, like how are people kind of coming to and fro your place, like the rules and the policies that you have in place, and the administration. So some of it is really like board work, some of it's maybe more with staff, but there are questions to ask yourselves to like examine how you're doing, and like what next steps you could take to improve upon that, to build more justice into your practices. But amazing how far, and sometimes it takes this whole process, but amazing how far like a safe spaces policy will go. Just to post this, to state it often, lets people know that what's not going to be put up with. Also, it invites the opportunity to express your needs, like without the sense of stigma that might otherwise come with like, oh, this is extra, or oh, I can't ask, because it implies that people there have training in this, that they're willing helpers, that they are your ally. And so I think that these are the kinds of like small steps you can take. So that's what I was just reminded of, and thinking, yeah, there's whole packages about what to do. But I'm really glad to know that they exist.
Great. Is there like a website or something people can check out?
And I always kept it as a Google Doc, and then shared it with Youth Agencies Alliance. Okay. So I'm happy to share those.
If anybody wants to check out that resources, you can email me. And then I can get a hold of Karina. My email is info@aanm.ca, and I can give a card to anyone who wants.
Yeah, thank you.
So we might skip our last question because we're getting close to the end, and I want people to have a chance to ask questions or make comments if you want. So we have about 15 minutes to the next presentation, though people might want to break. So if people, maybe for the next 5 minutes, if anyone has any questions, comments, or Alice.
You had a 4th question.
Yes.
I'm just going to answer it. One thing what was the...
So the question was, what do you wish people knew about your community?
Okay. I just want to point out part of the reason why we're struggling with trying to get accessibility with ASL is because of the 1880 excuse me, Milan Conference, which was a conference on deaf education. Before that happened, the deaf community was really vibrant. There were hearing people were bilingual in ASL. I'm talking about Martha Street Vineyard, not Martha Street, pardon me, Martha Vineyard, where there was a huge deaf population, and all the deaf, hard of hearing and deaf people were able to converse with the hearing community because the hearing I'm sorry, I'm having it. The hearing community was fluent in ASL. Now, at this conference, Alexander Graham Bell, thank you. Thank you. Alexander Graham Bell was a great believer of oral education. He did believe that sign language should be banned. And at this conference, the educators agreed that this would be the case. And so ASL was banned from the deaf schools. And all the deaf teachers lost their jobs. And from then on, the effect is still felt today. So there's a big, so Alexander Graham Bell is not a hero for the deaf community. I just thought I'd point that out. Thank you.
Yeah, language deprivation is a huge issue in the deaf and hard of hearing community, where a lot of times with hearing parents with deaf children, they're pushed towards not having access to sign language and not having access to that language. So that's another big thing we need to fight about.
Yes. Like I said, most deaf kids are born, have hearing parents. And the doctors do not mention having their kids learn ASL. They push the oral aspect of it. Cochlear implants and all that. And cochlear implants don't always work. Hearing aids are not a cure. They just pick up what you have, what you don't have. So it's imperfect. So, yeah.
Thanks, Alice. Anybody have any burning questions or comments they'd like to ask? Or we've answered everything, and now you guys know it all. Okay, well, that's great. Well, we'll end a little bit early, and this way you guys have about 10 minutes before the next presentation, so you can go to the bathroom or go for a smoke or whatever you do. And thank you guys all for the panel.
Cameras. Oh, looks good. Hey everybody, how's everybody doing? Yeah? Low enthusiasm? It's been a long day. Lots of listening, lots of sharing, lots of experiences. Amazing. Lots of smiles, I see that. That's good. Thank you so much. I don't have the program in front of me. I better get it because I'm going to forget what we were calling this event. That's not English. See how prepared I am? Look at that. Running over, running back. If I did everything right, you'd have nothing to smile about. If my kids were here, they'd be able to ridicule these jokes. So here we are, 2:30, and we are going to be going through finding our core dorsality, co-dorsality. Thank you, good. Through co-creation in the arts. And Tiffaine Tiffaine Girault, man. Girault. I've never had to say Tiffaine's last name out loud before. Isn't that great? Oh, it's been good. Okay, as opposed to breaking down in front of you all right now, I am going to pass the floor to
Clayton,
Tiffaine.
it's Tiffaine. Sorry, I just wanted to let you know.
I'm going to pass the floor to
Don't worry
Tiffaine.
about the pronunciation. I can't hear you anyways.
I love you. Thank you. I'm going to pass the floor over and get out of here. There we go.
Thank you. Bonjour. Thank you so much, Clayton. It's such a wonderful honor to be here with you and to share space with you today. Thank you to ARCA. Special thanks to Clayton. Also, I want to thank Mélanie Myers, who's here as well with me, representing SPIL. And I think I see a lot of familiar faces in the room, some familiar partners as well, and maybe some future partners of SPIL, who knows. And so it's really nice to see people. It's been a long time, especially since the pandemic. So thank you again for this wonderful invitation. Thank you for sharing the space. I do want to recognize that we are sharing space on this land that is not originally ours. And so I would like to start by acknowledging that. I'd also like to acknowledge that it is the afternoon. I've had to have a coffee, so hopefully you can hear a little bit of my energy coming through in the interpretation. But I'll encourage everyone to have a little cup of coffee if they need one at this point. So mapping cultural spaces. I want to let you know that José Bauer is the interpreter that I've chosen to work with because we work together very frequently. She's I'll call her a dedicated interpreter if you like. We do have wonderful conference interpreters that are here with us for today and tomorrow, but José knows my work, knows me very well, knows my linguistic needs as well, and works in 4 languages as I do, and so that's why you are hearing her voice today. I'd also like to present Mélanie Myers, who's representing SPIL as well. I've known Mélanie for quite some time, actually, ever since we went to Cégep together. And she's been in SPIL for a little while. Mélanie, can I give you the floor, and so maybe you can introduce yourself?
Merci. Donc oui, je travaille avec Tiffaine depuis peu de temps, mais on se connaît depuis si longtemps. Je suis aussi une artiste en art visuel, puis j'ai côtoyé beaucoup de centres d'artistes dans la région de Ottawa-Gatineau à travers les années. Puis ça me fait un immense plaisir de côtoyer de plus en plus près Tiffaine dans son travail d'organisme qu'elle met sur pied d'une façon très libre et inspirante. Merci.
Merci, Mélanie. Thank you so much. We'll talk a little bit more about Mélanie's role, but she's definitely a key player in SPIL. And same with Clayton, as well as Anne Bertrand, who have had a strong impact on SPIL's history and how and where we have been able to work enabling us to be who we are today. And so those partnerships and those relationships are really important. I'd like to formally introduce my co-director and co-founder, Paula Bath, who's currently pursuing her PhD at Concordia University in communications and anthropology. Again, Paula very much values allyship and partnerships, and Paula comes with a different perspective than mine. Paula comes with a hearing perspective. I come with a deaf perspective, but we also have two distinct backgrounds. And so together, we do have very fruitful conversations. She's my wife. We have 2 kids together. And so every morning, we start our day talking about SPIL. Every morning we have coffee and basically have a meeting about SPIL propagation and what our next actions will be. And it's been like that ever since I can remember, since the inception of SPIL, which was around 2008, 2009. And so really it's theory, but it's also action. We do residencies. We have so many partners. People contact us from all across the country, in fact. And so that's a little bit about us, who co-founded SPIL Propagation. And then there's me. I'm a co-founder, co-director as well. I'm a graphic novelist, a BDiste. That's what I studied at Duco at university. And but I have touched on multiple fields of practices. I'm also a visual storyteller myself and a translator. And so, as I was saying, every morning, Paul and I start off our day talking about SPIL and enjoying our coffee. Geez, I've been talking a lot about coffee today, haven't I? Do I need another one? No. But yes, going back to our topics of conversation that we have every day, it's almost like it's a way of life for us. It ruminates with us day in and day out. And with every relationship that we forge, with every relationship that we continue, we see that there are so many skills and resources in the community around us. So before I go any further, I do want to let you know that we're doing our official first book launch today here with you. It was actually made for this conference. I was like, thank goodness everything is going to be ready. We worked very hard to make sure that this would be ready, to make sure that we could give this to our artistic community. The point is to talk about the partnerships that we've had, for sure, but also to encourage other partnerships. Also, it was quite heavy on the flight. I don't want to go back with all of these books. So help me out. I have 25 copies, so hopefully, come and see me after the presentation and I'll have a copy for you. And unfortunately, I only have 25. And so, if you're interested in having one, maybe come and see me. If I run out, we'll definitely exchange contact information and we'll make sure that you have a copy. So in the book, it's quadrilingual in the typical way of SPIL Propagation. So in the book, we have the text in English, in French, and we also have a link available for the LSQ, Langue des Signes Québécoise, and also a video in ASL, American Sign Language. Because at SPIL, we value that everybody can access the information in as many languages as we can provide them. So the book talks about the SPIL history, and maybe I'll start off by giving you a little bit, maybe tidbits of the residencies that SPIL has hosted over the years. we see it kind of, it's at the center of the co-creation in both communities, the hearing and the deaf community, lies sign language. And that's where we can share our experiences. It can be philosophical, there can be pros and cons, there can be cultural conflicts, and there have been cultural conflicts, and that's okay. What's really important is that artists have the opportunity to share their experiences, share their knowledge, and grow with one another. So who knows, maybe after today's presentation, maybe after looking at the Spill book, it might spark some interest, and you might be interested in partnering with deaf artists, or with Spill, or with another deaf organization. Paula and I have really been thinking about, because I'm a graphic novelist, but I'm also, I do a lot of work with stamping. We've done a lot of work with an artist whose face you can see on the screen here, Emmanuelle Jacques. This is her sign name. It's an E, and we do it with the motion of stamping, because Emmanuelle is really well-versed in cartographie, mapping, and so we approached Emmanuelle to see if she was interested in hosting, being the lead artist in resident with Spill, and she said, sure, why not? Yeah, I can definitely give a workshop on that. So we held that idea, and we simultaneously contacted Robert Servage, who is an expert in deaf cultural theorist and deaf space. He has engineering design background, and he lectures at Gallaudet University. He's deaf. He also has Usher's syndrome, which means that his visibility is limited. He's absolutely brilliant. He studies spaces and assesses them for deaf friendliness. So how do we use the space? How do we communicate in this space? Et cetera, et cetera. And so we invited both of these individuals to create this residency. Of course, previous to the residency, we planned it out, talked about who we would invite, because both individuals are coming with a different set of expertise and field of practice. And so I'll continue by, sorry, the quote I had actually already covered, so we're just going to skip that slide. And if we can just hold the video, I just want to intro the video. So this is a video that talks about dorsality, and Robert Servage is the one who's talking about dorsality. And so if you haven't noticed, deaf individuals live in a visual world. And so he coined a term called dorsality. I don't know if you've ever heard the term before. Maybe lift your hand if you've heard the term dorsality before. It's okay if you haven't. I hadn't really heard of it either until Robert shared it with me. But it's his field of expertise, and he coined that term, which, and I'm sure you're probably curious to know what the definition is. Could we start at 0.5, if we can play the video? Maybe I'll let you know exactly the timestamp I'm looking for. Yeah. There's, of course, with all videos, there's always a bit of advertising. This is not supported by me. Yeah, so if we just move forward just slightly in the video, I won't show the whole video, but it'll just be an excerpt. Perfect. That's wonderful. Thank you.
Welcome to all. Welcome here at Gallaudet. I'm delighted to be here and very excited from the presentations this morning, but I have to say they made me more than a little nervous. And you know, one of the things that's very nerve-wracking about this is that when the nerves hit you, you feel it mostly in your back, right? So you sometimes have to shake it off. That's actually perfect. That tension I'm holding in my back is right in line with my topic, because I'm talking about deaf space and insights gained from an understanding of deaf space and from dorsality. Now, from the time of Stokey, we started learning about deaf experience and deaf language, and the visual nature of our language, and many research findings have come forth from that. But what I propose is that we advance this further to the next level so that we are examining not just the sighted visual experience that we have, but also the dorsal experience, the experience of the world behind us where we cannot see. If you see the image on the screen before you, see birds lined up in a wire, all perfectly equidistant from each other. This image actually has something to do with how we measure, how we innately measure ourselves. So birds on this wire are all lined up about 3 inches from each other. But we, in taking this objective measure from our point of view, are attributing something to the birds that isn't innate to them. Inches are not a measure that's innate to them. They are measuring using their given bodies and given experiences. So I'd like to share 2 stories from my childhood that come to bear on this. The other picture that you see is the farmhouse that I was raised on and the view from my dinner table. Looking out my window, I could see my father at work all around the farm, and there was a laneway, a driveway, just across a wooded area behind the barn that I couldn't see. There were trees blocking the way, though there was a telephone line that did peak just above the trees. Now, my mom, who was hearing, would from time to time tell me, hey, we've got a visitor coming down the road. Go put on a clean shirt. I'd be surprised, not knowing the visitor was coming, and see them sure enough a few minutes later coming. Well, one day I went and warned my mom, hey, Mom, we've got visitors coming. But she couldn't hear any visitor coming. She walked to the window, looked out, and saw, sure enough, a minute later, here came the visitor. She wondered how I knew that they were coming. Well, I did that because I saw the birds lined up on the wire. And the visual cue that I had was all the birds taking flight at once, en masse, from that wire. I knew that was from somebody coming along the road that I couldn't see. Now, at 7 years old, I already knew this. I'd never been given explicit instruction in how to figure this out. Simply from observation, I knew innately how to figure out and infer what was happening. So I had a number of cues, but these cues weren't merely visual. They actually...
Thanks so much for that. So there's basically the definition in an experience format of the concept of dorsality. So looking outside, looking to the environment to understand what is happening in the environment around you. And so dorsality is taking those visual cues and navigating the world around you and knowing what's happening behind you. And everyone uses different cues. Everyone uses different pieces of information to understand what's happening around them. That's normal. We just all have different types of cues that we use. And so for Robert, the dorsality is using the visual cues to know what's happening behind him. And so if we just move to the next slide, we took Robert's theory of dorsality and thinking about it and applying it with Emmanuel Jacques and with the artists, we had a conversation about how this would be applicable to them, to the artists, and how do we work through co-dorsality in a residency format. And the result, you might be curious to know, we actually created different stamps to represent different concepts, and there's one in particular that does represent co-dorsality. So before I take you there, we have interpreters on the screen, we have participants in the residency, Robert, unfortunately, isn't included in this picture when we hosted the residency because at the time he was a Canadian and an American. So he was living in the United States at that time. So he joined us online. I guess he sort of got some pre-COVID practice because this was actually happening all pre-COVID. But this was the wonderful group as well as the interpreter, Emmanuel. I'll kind of take you through the work that we did. Emmanuel works with stamps, and maps. So here are some examples of the stamps. Maybe you can come and take a look at them after the presentation. But Emmanuelle, came to us from Montreal, and in her community, they have gotten together to identify specific areas in the city that are really important to the people there. They could be rivers, they could be parks, they could be specific buildings, events, and so the stamps represent, they're symbols to represent these important spaces. And so we tried to create these stamps, and I tried it myself. I tried to, create a stamp of to represent my home, for example. Maybe a stamp to represent my dog, the things that are in my life on a daily basis. So that was the stamp making part of the event. But once we knew how to make the stamps and why they were important to us, we sort of put that aside and had a conversation around the Ottawa-Gatineau map. We checked in with everybody to find out where they were from. They were all from the vicinity, either in the Gatineau area or in the Ottawa, Ontario area. So we've got Northern Quebec representation as well. And it's important to show, that where we live, there is quite a link in the deaf community between Quebec and Ontario. There is a difference, of course. Strong LSQ users in one area might have a different accent than those that use LSQ right downtown Ottawa. But we had a good conversation about where are the spaces that are important to the deaf community? For example, where are the LSQ services located? Where are the ASL services located? Maybe there are bilingual services. Where are they located? We had a conversation about, Emmanuelle noticed that in our conversations, we don't talk about the city or our everyday life the same way as hearing people do, because not every space is accessible to the deaf community. And so through that conversation, we talked about, okay, well, where are the accessible events? Where are the accessible buildings? Where are the accessible galleries? Where are the services? Because where things are accessible, people feel welcome, and that's where they gather. So we started literally mapping it out and starting with Post-it notes to document even the historical events that were important to our community. Following that, Emmanuelle drew, so with a projector, drew a map in a large scale on the wall. And here's what the artists came up with. So we had multiple stamps, but these were the ones that we felt were most significant. And so top left represents different services that would be available in LSQ or in ASL. For example, we chose blue to represent LSQ. Blue is more a Quebec color, and we chose red to represent ASL English services. And where there were both ASL and LSQ services, red and blue makes purple, and so we stamped that particular area in purple where they were bilingual. And so we noticed that in Gatineau, visually, we could see that there was a gap in services. There were a lot more stamps on the Ottawa side, a lot more stamps on the Ontario side, and so we could almost see visually the frustrations of the LSQ community versus the ASL community because of the lack of services. So just going down the left, I'm trying to point here. Can you see? There we go. I'm visual. So there's also the stamp that represents the hands, and that hand shape means interpreter. And so if, let's say, a theater play is being accessible, is being interpreted, that's usually the symbol that people will add to show the community that, they've hired sign language interpreters. And so when we see that, we show up. Sometimes we will stamp things in gray, and to us, if you see a gray stamp on the map, it means that something once was accessible, but is no longer. And so you can see here a little bit lower, so there's theater as well that might be accessible in American Sign Language. Now, of course, this symbol I think is quite universal to represent theater. But there are places in our area that are typically more accessible than others. And so we stamped those as well. It was really interesting to see. So through our discussions, we also thought that the physical space and how physical spaces are set up, what Robert Servage was talking about, was really important. One historical moment that is really important to the deaf community that precedented the video relay services being established in Canada. I mean, you might remember services like the TTY, the teletypewriter. It's a really old-fashioned way of people in the deaf community making phone calls. We don't use that anymore. We use video relay service, which is basically functionally equivalent to the telephone for the deaf community, but goes through an application. And so basically, I could call you using my phone. I could sign in American Sign Language or LSQ and have that communication with you intercepted and interpreted by an interpreter. So we've come a long way. But to get these services, folks had to rally, folks had to show up at the CRTC, that's the Canadian Radio Television Commission, in front of that building. And so we stamped it on the map because that was a really important historical event that led us to where we are today. And I can describe the entrance of the building actually for you. Right in front of the CRTC, kind of looks like an outdoor amphitheater. And so if you can imagine a very large, almost circular space with steps going, so higher up steps going down to the center, which is very visually appealing and welcoming to those that use American Sign Language and that need to see each other. So that's another very important point that we put on the map, just waiting for the interpreter there. Sorry, sometimes you'll see that I'm not signing, and it's because, you know, I've had my coffee, so I'm signing quite quickly, and sometimes the interpreter has an interpreting process or lag time, and so sometimes in English or in French, the sentences can be much longer, and in sign language, we're very efficient. So sometimes my heart goes out to interpreters because some of us sign very quickly. I'm going to try to tone that down so that the interpreter can, you know, try to follow me. But anyways, all this to take us to this new stamp of the representation of co-dorsality. So that concept of co-dorsality. So I help you, you help me get visual cues in my environment is represented visually with this stamp. So when we stamp it, this is what it looks like. And it's representing two participants in a conversation that are looking at each other. But what's actually happening, if I'm signing to another deaf person or to somebody that uses sign language, I can see their backside, but I can't see mine. They can see my backside, but I can't see mine. And so co-dorsality is the concept of merging those two visual fields so that we see much better together. If you think of two individuals signing together, walking on the sidewalk, sidewalks, by the way, are not accessible. You know, you can be on the sidewalk and you just, boom, if you miss the side, you're done, right? That happens so often in the deaf community. And as Robert was suggesting, if you watch his entire video, what would be more accessible is if the sidewalks would be sloped. But in co-dorsality, what happens is that each person is responsible for informing the other person of the sidewalk perhaps dropping off or something that might be coming up like a pole. And so because this is so important to us, we've also added it to the back of the book. The concept of co-dorsality means essentially that we're also co-creating together. That's how SPIL approaches our work, but it's also how we work in the way that we communicate. And so by partnering with other individuals, with other artists, with other organizations, we can share each other's spaces and coexist, co-create. And I think, Catherine, I'm sorry to single you out. Catherine, could I ask you to join me? I'm sorry I didn't let you know beforehand. I'm just going to keep everybody awake. I'm going to keep you on your toes. Oh, geez, it's just a sign. Don't start sleeping in my presentation, eh? I wonder, Clayton, would you? No, that's okay. I'm going to ask you to just come and demo with me if you don't mind. I'm sure that there are other examples, but these are the two that are just coming to mind right now. But I'll just use both these wonderful participants for my example. So in a way, so how we would use each other for co-dorsality is that with the artist-run centers, yours is in Quebec. I know that it has a very long title, right? ARCA. Est-ce que j'ai bien dit le nom de ton organisme? And so I know that, you originally didn't have deaf members in your organization, and that this is something new. The deaf community has had to, learn about the structures in your organization, learn the steps. And I'm just wondering, maybe from your perspective, maybe you think, oh, SPIL should be an artist-run center as well. And sometimes through interesting conversations, we can make beautiful things happen. But I think that, I just really want to also recognize you publicly, Catherine, because we've had really good conversations that I think will bring a lot of fruit, a lot of benefit to multiple communities. And with your organization, I remember we talked about where does SPIL fit in your organization. We couldn't find anything in your organization. We wanted to send, a submission, but in our structures with SPIL, we had no idea where we fit inside that mold. And I think what's really interesting is that through our conversations and through you being open to our perspective or our dorsality, if you want, by sharing our perspectives, it kind of opens the door to other granting possibilities. It was the first time that we had received a grant in Quebec, and honestly, I think it's the first time in history that a deaf organization receives something through a funding organization like yours. And so I think that openness, that communication, that willingness to co-create and to do co-dorsality. Maybe you didn't even know you were doing it. Hang on, Clayton, I'm not done with you. Don't go away. But Catherine, is there anything from that experience or from the topic of co-dorsality that you want to share today? I'm sorry to put you on the spot, but I wonder if I may.
Thank you, Tiffany. You totally put me on the spot. I didn't think I would talk today, but maybe what I can say is that it was earlier we talked about reciprocity, and that was really for me like the most important aspect of meeting you, Tiffany, through you, really getting like access to a world that I haven't imagined or tried to imagine, but I was so filled by actually a discovery and a desire. In the end, I think it comes down to that. I think I desire to know more about it, and I desire to enrich, because I see it's a very rich experience. So when we talked about like, and you're so brilliant. I mean, I was just also just impressed by by how you present. No, I know, but that's what you gave me the microphone, so I'll just say it. So anyway, so to say that when I knew that you were already working with Artist One Centers and thinking about this idea of like creating opportunities for deaf artists, and there was already like some attempts to open doors here and there, I was just thinking like, let's just step right into what you already started to create. So for me, it was just like an invitation and an opportunity to, I don't know if I can say that, but it's totally win-win. It's like just because it's such a great world learning experience. So I don't know if that's all I have to say, but for now it is. Yeah, thank you.
Merci, thank you. Thank you so much, Catherine. I think it's so important to, get your perspective and to share your perspective. And thank you so much for letting me put you on the spot like that. I think it's important because it's a process. And for me, it's not about oppression. It's not about accessibility either, but it comes from need. And so sometimes, when people have a lot of questions, maybe it does. Maybe it is an indication of a need. But for me, every day, I don't think about access every day. I don't have an interpreter with me every day. And so if you are offering to sit down and meet with me, and you're offering to, secure interpreting services, I'm like, wow, that's really welcoming. And it's really, like you said, opening that door and figuring out together, what can we do? What can we create? And what kind of solutions and answers can we find together? And to me, I think that also represents co-dorsality and co-creation, because sometimes you have no idea. You don't know what you don't know, and you can't see what's happening behind you. And so if you see things that I don't see, and I see things that you don't see, that's amazing, because we can't do it alone. I think we've said this today before. We can't do it alone. And every day, deaf individuals fight for access, fight for information, don't get communication, miss out. And it's true, it's a reality. And it's true that I don't, writing English or writing French, that's not my first language. But thank you so much for all that you do, and thank you for your support to me and to Spill. Clayton, I'm going to shine the spotlight on you now. If I look back to our conversations with Anne Bertrand at ARCA, Anne left, and you took the reins, and we had a really nice conversation. You said, Tiffany, do you have time to sit down with me? And I thought, really? Like, most people want to sit down with me because they want to talk to me about deaf issues, accessibility. That's not actually who I am. Like, it's a part, but you were like, no, I want to talk to you, Tiffany. Like, I want to talk to you, and I want to know you as an artist. And you really can see me as an artist. You see me. You don't just see that I need interpreting services, as an example. And so it's liberating. Thank you. It's inspiring. Thank you. And there's a lot of trust, I think, that is built with our relationship. And I just want to also honor and recognize that. I think that when we have that vision and we can see people, it's so much easier to create partnerships, to create relationships, and to forge new things. But it takes time. I think trust, patience, is such an important piece of that recipe, and your openness, your openness and willingness to sit down and listen. And so I want to thank you as well for doing co-dorsality, even though you didn't know you were doing it. And so can you share maybe your experience and maybe how this echoes for you? And
Yeah. So oh boy, there's a lot there.
I mean, this term is relatively new to me, but if I'm understanding it correctly, it's the idea of communicating in many different ways and not necessarily expecting communication to be any specific way. Is that communication comes in many forms, and being open to that is important. And I think that that's something very valuable that a lot of us think about all the time and don't necessarily understand how to engage it effectively. So naming it can be a way to engage it effectively. I think about not having any, how do I say it, understanding that perspectives are not shared necessarily, and I've done a lot of work thinking about the idea of how relationships need to be reconciled and maintained, and that a lot of work has to be put into a relationship in order for it to be effective. You know, otherwise it can be, you know, as simple as me just saying hi. You know, everybody in this room, you know, I said hi to you today. You can say that Clayton said hi to me once. Doesn't mean that much though, does it? Right? But if we get a chance to spend time together and, you know, understand each other more, then when I say hi, all of a sudden all those other things get brought up. All the things that we mean to each other come into reality more. So there's that idea of like maintenance on relationships and how like communication is just a part of it, but time and effort is very important. Yeah, I mean, I thank you for the fact that you've spent as much time with me working on my relationship to bring me into ARCA in a way that allowed me to frame my world and build my understanding of things, to navigate a job and make it more than a job, make it a passion. And I think that you know, everybody I've met through ARCA has put time in to do that. So there's many people in this room that I've met in various places across the country at different times, probably not in ARCA events, probably it's something completely unrelated. And the conversation ended up becoming a huge benefit to me in my job because those discussions come in that way. I feel like I've left dorsality and just started talking about myself. But thank you all for listening to it, and thank you for allowing me to share it.
Thank you so much, Clayton. And yes. So if anybody needs to shut their eyes, I won't shine the light on you. So the stressful moment is over. But thank you to both of you, Catherine. Thank you, Clayton, for your perspective and for sharing your experience as well. Sometimes we don't have the answers. Sometimes we have to learn them. You know, it's a school of hard knocks sometimes. We don't know where to start or who to start with, and it's okay. And that's how I live my life as well. Sometimes, you know, I make mistakes. We all make mistakes, and that's okay. But I think that what's important is that, you know, at the end of the day, there's respect. And that's really the key. Respect of each other, of our cultures, of our language, of the way that we communicate with one another, and to, you know, be in situations where we're safe, where we're free of oppression, where the point is just to communicate and to be together and to share space together. And it doesn't seem very complicated, does it, when we say it like that? So I feel like, you know, with Mélanie being here with me, representing SPIL, you know, and she represents SPIL even though she's not deaf. But what's really important is that we share that information, we share that knowledge, we share the skills as well. We're involved, we keep each other in the loop, and again, in the spaces where I can't be, Mélanie can be, and so what I don't see, she sees, and so we help each other out like that. It can be in processes, it can be, you know, sometimes when it comes to written text, there can be some challenges there, depending on what the situation is. We each come with our skills and our knowledge and our different perspectives, which really just helps us all out at the end of the day. You know, if we find out that one particular solution didn't quite work, we can find another one and maneuver that together. And so that's basically our approach. Our approach at Spill is to really just figure things out together. So again, I'm so happy to be here to share the space with you today. I also want to thank the organizers for making the event accessible, for booking interpreting services. And I would like to also add that we are seeing a big shift now in the community. A lot of individuals and organizations are connecting with Spill, wanting to open their doors to deaf artists, wanting to create partnerships or even STEM organizations. And so I'm wondering, you know, are there any organizations that are here today that, you know, do have partnerships with deaf or hard of hearing organizations? I don't know. But I think that it's a really interesting conversation to have. This morning we talked about hierarchy. I think we're all in agreement that it's not very successful. We want to see systems that are free of oppression. We want to see systems and situations where people feel comfortable to be who they are and to share who they are and what they know. And so I think no matter the issue or the topic at hand, that's how we approach it. And it can be very liberating to do that. So I thought, because I shared with you the residency of mapping cultural spaces, I thought maybe we could map this cultural space together. Since we have representation from across the country, we could identify spaces on the map that maybe spaces that are accessible. Maybe you could stamp your own organization. If you have already partnered with a deaf or hard of hearing organization, stamp it out. If you're thinking about it, stamp it out. If it's in process, stamp it out. Even if you're thinking about it, I think it's important. And if you don't want to, that's okay as well. But I just thought that it would be interesting to get that visual map of what do we have right now. And this exercise also allows us to see what we don't have, right? When we don't see any stamps of partnerships or of accessibility, we can see what we can work on as well. In the past, Saw Gallery in Ottawa, just as an example, hosted a workshop geared to the deaf community. So they had sign language interpreters booked, and so they created. And it was for Execo Set as well, I believe, was involved. We had deaf artists from that group as well. And so it was really interesting. We used colors so if it was black, it was already done. If it was blue, it was in process. It was in the thinking realm. Even if you have an idea and you don't know how to implement it, that's okay. You can still stamp it out as a blue. So if you want to come up and stamp the map of Canada, please do. And also come and see me if you'd like to grab one of our very newly printed Spill books. So I guess this next part is like an icebreaker and a delivery of the Spill book at the same time. I'm also very happy to take questions in the language of your choice. Are there any questions or comments? I have no idea what time it is. I guess we're doing okay. Whew. Great, thanks. Yeah, I see one over there.
But did somebody else have their hand up first? No? saw you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. I'm curious about your thoughts on connections between things that are happening in different places, kind of along the lines of this mapping activity you're asking of us, but more specifically, in the last panel, there was a bit of discussion around a dance program and how it started out with good intentions between collaborative space between deaf and hard of hearing communities through the arts and hearing dance teacher, but how inevitably it kind of wasn't the right fit, but then at the same time it was the foundation for something that did end up being a much better fit. So I'm just wondering if you might be able to name kind of this collaborative commitment to core dorsality and finding it, if there were similar trepidations around collaboration in that way of people out of the community having good intentions that kind of don't quite fit. Because, I mean, what you're presenting to us is like so exciting, but it's also just like how do spaces kind of like relate to getting there, because it takes so much work, you know? And maybe also just for a little bit of context too, because no one's taken this microphone away from me. Our organization, like I know that we've had collaborations, like Hillary and I work at the Saskatchewan Film Pool Cooperative, and there have been different partnerships between our organization and a local organization called Deaf Crows, which is a theater-based organization. Although our collaborations have mostly been on the equipment and film mentorship side of things, and beyond that a bit of distance, but then it's also just like in that building deeper connections and communities. I think there's so much work that our organization has to do first so that it can be authentic. Like a lot of our staff have taken ASL classes or specifically queer ASL introductory classes, and we've started doing annual disability audits, but that just feels like the tip of the iceberg as an organization that has, you know, decades and decades of like disintegration when it comes to thinking about how to more deeply engage communities beyond certain project levels. So I don't know. Again, sorry to ramble, but whatever question you find in there, love to hear a response.
You want me to take this away, right?
Please take it away.
No, thank you. Thank you so much. I'm really happy to hear your message. And honestly, I'm not sure that I have an answer, but I think it's a really valid question, and I would pose the question to the room. Sometimes we don't have the answers. It depends on who's involved, right? There isn't like one recipe, I think, that will work for everything. It depends on the organization, depends who's there. It depends which province it's in, which language are you working in. But I would say that with Paula, Paula's studies, she would probably give you a little bit of a different answer, but I'm gonna guess. In fact, you might be wondering why she's not here and why I'm here. But it was, you know, our decision together, and she said, no, go, showcase spill, and showcase spill in sign. We're well represented with you. And she said, you know, it's like riding a bike, you know? When you're riding a bike, you see a rock, and you see a different rock, but you want to stay on the trail, right? It can be tough, but you've got to figure it out. But you can't look at the rock. Like if that's what you're trying to avoid, you can't actually look at the rock. Because if you look at the rock, you're going to hit it, right? And so if we think of the hows too much, I almost think that we are giving ourselves blocks. So I would say just focus on the end goal. And I think that what you've outlined is amazing. I mean, there are a lot of really positive points there. And I would say, why not just take a deeper dive? Contact your possible organizations, contact your possible resources in the area, and ask some questions. I think that by sharing information, it's the best way to do it. If, post this conference, you want to check in with me as well about a specific question, then please do. I also think about, it's hard to answer again, just because there are so many factors, right? It depends on each person's experience as well, and where they're coming from. What's their lived experience? What's their background? What have they lived? Maybe what is the oppression that they've experienced? But the more that we understand each other, the more we can find solutions. Paul and I have been together for eons, but we still learn from one another. We're still two different perspectives, and we still have conflicts, right? I'm still learning from her all the time. She's like, geez, you're loud. Really? I didn't even know. And so, I mean, that's just a joke, but of course, deaf perspective and hearing perspective can be very different, but without talking things out, we don't continue that learning. And so, but again, I think being in a safe space, in a safe way of communicating, being in confidence, I think that's the key. And if I get that people are sometimes a bit unsure, they don't want to say the wrong thing or do the wrong thing, but I think that it's okay to ask. And I think it's also okay to trust. Like if I come into a situation and, for example, if there are objects in my way and visually it won't work for me because I work in a visual language, I'll say, like, is it okay if we move this table? There are a lot of different examples that I can think of. For example, I'm working with a puppeteer right now who's doing a lot of mentorship with me, and I was a little bit nervous because I'm new to the puppet game, and I was working with a very experienced mentor, and we often meet on Zoom because we started working together through COVID, and so I shared with them, what my vision was for my project. And they said, okay, let's work through it. We've worked together for a few years on this project. I've learned from him and he's learned a lot from me. And again, communicating is not always smooth. We also come with two very different cultural backgrounds. But sometimes we'll share things with one another, like, I'll say, you have no idea about deaf culture. You have no idea about my language. Why would you accept to mentor me? What did you think the first time you met me? I actually asked him that, and he said, well, Tifan, I didn't want to ask too many questions because I wasn't sure how to communicate. I wasn't sure how we would do this. He was kind of hung up on the how. And then he said, I kind of got it when I dropped the how. Like when I said, I'll just see you when I see you. And he kind of got that it was important to figure it out together. And he's been an amazing mentor. And he's, allowed me to grow in my practice as well. I've done a lot of research and creation through that process, and it was a really unique experience, I have to say. But, and your question is so valid. Everybody wants to know how. But I would say maybe we just throw to the side the question of how. And I don't know, does anybody in the room have a different answer, maybe a different perspective? What do you think? What do we do when we don't know how, but we want to know how? Kate, what do you think? Oh, geez, I'm going to put you on the spot now.
Well, I really liked what you said. Oh, maybe I should. You want me to move?
Come on up, why not?
Okay. Well, I really like what you said about driving a bike and focusing on the rocks. I think sometimes you just have to dive in head first. I think we also fear failure in a really weird way, whereas when I've failed, I think that's when I've learned the most. You know, you don't learn anything when you get 100% on a test other than you were perfect. But when you get like 70% on a test, you've got that really specific 30% that you can focus on. So I think that we just need to try and know that it will inevitably be wrong, and that will be our biggest teacher.
I love it.
So yeah, I think that's what I've got.
That's the best answer. Thanks.
Only for you.
Awesome. Thanks, Kate. I feel like, see, that's exactly it. Sometimes we need to fail to learn. So great answer. And I think that, with this concept of co-dorsality is that everyone has skills, but everyone has limitations. We don't see everything. So we need to get those connections from those around us in a safe, respectful, comfortable environment. Oh my goodness, I cannot believe how much time I have taken in this space. Thank you so much for your attention. Thank you so much for your time. I'm so happy to chat with you a little bit more after the presentation. So please come up and add to the map, and please come up and grab one of our books. And thank you again for your attention.
So we have a few minutes before we get into the next workshop. I definitely invite people to follow the advice to come pick up one of these beautiful books and contribute to this mapping. Also, get coffee or use the washroom, and we'll be back together again in about, I think, 15 minutes or so, something that's close to 4. It's getting there. All right. Thank you all.